we will do roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad?
Here.
Vice Member Pallavi?
Here.
Vice Mayor.
That's okay.
Sorry.
It's all good. I'm still here.
Mayor Romack?
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Thank you.
Please now stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, it is now time for public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to make a comment on any item not on the agenda. Each person is allowed 3 minutes, and we would invite you to come on up to the podium and state your name. Is there anyone here that would like to make a public comment on an item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And with that, we will move to our presentations for the evening and our town manager report.
Great, thank you. Good evening. Hope you're all ready for an ambitious evening tonight. Just a couple things to announce, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Romack to make a special announcement. But first, we have the 4th of July holiday coming up this weekend, or actually Tuesday. Odd holiday day this year. And for a one-stop shop of information, you can go to the Visit Truckee Tahoe website, and there is a schedule of events for that day, as well as a number of the additional mitigation measures that have been added, such as free shuttles and transportation. The free shuttle service is available from the high school. If you're trying to get down to West End Beach for the fireworks event from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m., there'll be additional portable restrooms as well as trash receptacles. We are encouraging everybody to pack in and pack out, so we'll hand out some garbage bags, bring your own, and try to leave the lake area and the downtown area after the parade cleaner than when you found it. We would appreciate that. We also have our Chart Connect buses that are running 6:30 a.m. to midnight. We will be using the high school shuttle spot for TART Connect as well if you're trying to get down to West End Beach after 4. And we have a TART Connect bus dedicated to the Donner Lake area during the afternoon that day to help people get around. So there's multiple transportation options available versus taking your own car. You can also utilize the bike valet at the parking lot at the high school, ride your bike there, and then hop on the shuttle service. So we have a number of additions this year. We have some water bottle filling stations, some additional portables down at the lake, and we're looking forward to a fun day, starting off with the pancake breakfast, firecracker mile, the parade, that I think Mayor Romack will have a special presence at, and then the fireworks show and the West End Beach festivities. So we hope everybody really has a very clean, safe, and fun holiday this year. Next, a couple of quick announcements. If you go to the town website under news, we have the Take the Truckee Trails Youth Survey here down at the bottom. That is open until June 30th, so please take that to help us inform our discussion about e-bikes and trails. We have a ribbon cutting ceremony on Thursday at 4:30 down across near the Artist Lofts for our e-bike docking stations and e-bike program. And then, as I mentioned, extended services for TART Connect, 6:30 a.m. till midnight. So please take advantage of that and try that out. And speaking of TART Connect, Mayor Romack, I'm going to pull up your slideshow here. The mayor has a mobility challenge that she wants to offer out to the community. She's going to share all that information with you, and I'll drive for you, so feel free to tell me when to move.
Shouldn't we let TART Connect drive? Well, thank you all, and thank you, Jen, for giving me an opportunity to take up some of the time. So very excited to introduce a little challenge and recognition that we are going to starting today, to really encourage people to think about ways, again, to get around town without the use of their personal vehicle. We know we have TART Connect. We now are going to have an e-bike program. We've got trails and many other opportunities. So this is the kickoff of what we're calling our Mobility All-Stars. So to kick things off, we look at this being longer than just this summer, but to start this summer, we're really targeting TART Connect. This is a new program. It's a pilot program. And even though we talk about it a lot up here, I know in talking to community members, there is still some confusion about how it works, if I should even try it. Am I taking a ride away from someone else? So the first part of this Mobility All-Stars is to really encourage people to take TART Connect, learn how it works, and realize how easy it is, because as this slide says, it's kind of like Uber, but free. It comes and picks you up directly at your house and will take you to wherever you want to go in Truckee. So again, this first part of the Mobility All-Stars is to really highlight TART Connect. So as I kind of said, yeah, this is an opportunity for folks to understand more about TART Connect, how it works, where to go, kind of get an understanding of, okay, I need to be this place by this time. When should I check about getting a ride picked up, or when are the busier times? And also understanding how you can utilize TART Connect to connect to our regional transportation system. If you maybe work in Tahoe City, you could take TART Connect from your house to the train depot and then hop on the regional TART bus. So by starting to encourage people to take TART Connect, they can better understand how I can get around Truckee, and then how I can start connecting to other opportunities. Just also about taking your bike and then going out onto a bike trail. So again, this is really to get people excited about TART Connect and just learn better how to do it. So our goal to start this summer is to appreciate those folks that are utilizing TART Connect. So what we are looking to do is to start recognizing folks, those that get on TART Connect and really start using it. And, you know, this goes through some of the things I've already discussed, but again, something that I think is really important is transit independence for people who don't drive. That is something that I've heard from folks, children, you know, if your kid's in middle school or high school and they need to get to practice, they can get on TART Connect. Or I was talking to a constituent this weekend who had knee surgery 7 weeks ago, and she's been utilizing TART Connect throughout her recovery to stay mobile and get around town and get to where she needs to go without having to rely on getting rides from folks. And then, you know, TART Connect is really intended to be, you know, this last mile connection. So again, getting people understanding of connecting to regional transit opportunities and trail opportunities as well. And then again, I've kind of talked through a few of these, but you know, some of the benefits of TART Connect is parking is never an issue. We know it's a popular place to be in summer is downtown. And so you don't have to worry about if you are going to find a parking spot or when you need to feed the meters. If you take TART Connect, again, you can get dropped off right in front of the restaurant that you're having dinner at. And if you have a few drinks, no designated driver is needed because TART Connect will take you home. As Jen mentioned, as of last week, it has been expanded now. So it is available 6:30 a.m. till midnight. So gives you plenty of time to enjoy your dinner and maybe a drink or two and then get home. And then as I touched on before, again, we've heard from so many folks, and I've ridden with quite a few high school students who love having this independence and, again, being able to get around town, connect to friends or to CVS to pick something up and then get back home safely. So what we're going to do this summer is recognize those folks that take TART Connect. So one of the aspects of it, because it is a mobile app, is we have statistics and we can see folks who have taken a lot of rides. And so we are going to be recognizing this summer, each month, the folks who have ridden the most and who have gone to the most number of places. We're also going to be recognizing businesses that have the most number of people that come to their business to, again, encourage you know, if you are a restaurant or bar, to remind folks, hey, you can take TART Connect to get home. And besides just recognizing those folks that take a lot of rides, we're also going to be doing a nomination-based recognition. And so this is, any of you out there, I would invite you, if there is someone you know, like the constituent I talked about who had knee surgery, who she's been taking it all over town, I could nominate her as being a Mobility All-Star. And if you have somebody that you'd like to nominate, nominations are open starting today, conveniently enough, and you can email nominate@townoftruckee.com. And again, this is to recognize anyone who has been utilizing TART Connect in different capacities. We'd love to hear all the different stories. We would ask that the people who you nominate are comfortable enough being on video, because we would like to start filming some videos and showcasing them, again, to show people the types of rides and the types of places you can go on TART Connect. So again, I'll say that, though I know you can see it on screen, if you have someone you'd like to nominate, you can email nominate@townoftruckee.com. So that is Mobility All-Stars again. So to start, we're just going to be promoting TART Connect. We would encourage you to get in on it. If you're somebody that rides the most rides in July, we'll talk about you in August at our town council meeting and recognize you. So tell your friends, tell your neighbors. And again, if you know friends and neighbors that are taking TART Connect frequently, then please nominate them, because we'd love to recognize them as well. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Mayor. And one last announcement before we move into public comment and consent. Agenda, we have no meetings in July, so that's just a reminder for anybody here in the audience and anybody in the community that we will not have regularly scheduled council meetings in July, so enjoy the summer vacation.
We will. That's why we got a few items on the agenda tonight. Thank you very much, Jen. So that is our only presentation. So I will turn to council members. Any questions, comments? Councilmember Henderson?
I don't have any questions. I love the Mobility All-Stars, though. I'm really excited to see what kind of uptake we get on that particular challenge. So
maybe you'll be one of them that we'll recognize.
Maybe. We'll see. Thank you.
Yes, I'm excited about that too, but I do have a couple of questions for Jen. I know we had talked about, this is something you and I had talked about, and I didn't see it on the Visit Truckee Tahoe website, was the opportunity for an organized after July 4th cleanup on July 5th. Do we have any information about that we can share with the community?
We do, actually. The rec district is coordinating a cleanup on July 5th. There is some information in here about after events, and I'm probably not going to be able to find it that quickly.
Okay, but it
right
is on
here,
there.
July 5th. If you're interested in participating, and we'd love people to participate, contact the rec district to sign up so they make sure that they have enough supplies and materials. And I think they're planning on either lunch or some breakfast food, so they'll have enough for everybody. But July 5th, hosted by the rec district. And then we have a couple other cleanup events following that we are working with State Park on, and some of our stewardship partners as well.
Excellent. Okay, and of course I see you have on there the See-Click Fix, which we encourage our community to use if they see other issues. And then the only other thing is I was hoping you can just provide us with a short update on the West River Street project and whether or not we've continued to see impacts on the residents above Jaboom Street.
Sure, I'll ask Danny might have some information on any issues coming in or impacts to residents, and then Dan, if you want to give an update on construction.
Yeah, hi, good evening. We have had a few complaints of traffic and speed for the folks that are cutting downtown through High Street. We did put our JMR box up there to get a good idea of volume and speed, and the speeds were actually pretty low. They were like 15, 16 miles an hour is the 85th percentile. So we have addressed it in the sense of having some extra patrols up there. I think with the change in the traffic layout, with both lanes being open here soon, this next week, that will reduce that cut-through traffic through that neighborhood.
Excellent, thank you. And so I summarize from that we're still doing closures this week, but as of next week, we're not doing any more closures?
There will be no closures next week, and effective yesterday, there's no closures this week.
Okay. And are they just taking a break during 4th of July, or do we anticipate that closure coming back?
So I'll get into a little more detail. So the contractor was allowed to close the road to one lane of traffic through, it was actually end of last week. And then during the daytime hours, during the daytime hours from now through Labor Day, they will not be able to close down to one lane of traffic during the daytime. However, in the evenings, after 7 o'clock, I believe it is, they can close down to one lane, and then they can do a full closure after 10 p.m.
That is very helpful. Thank you so much.
I might also just quickly add, you guys also added those stop signs on Jaboom Street, and I know that that's definitely Jaboom Kaiser, that intersection up there, and that's been super helpful. It's definitely slowing traffic down in there as well, and hopefully contributing to that whole solution up there of people speeding through. So see how that goes.
Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have any questions or comments?
Just one. I was wondering if Jen could elaborate on any revisions to evacuation preparedness in light of the rock fall on Old Highway 40 and the closure of that exit.
Sure, I'll offer some information if Chief wants to follow up with anything he can. We are expecting and anticipating that Old Highway 40 will stay closed throughout the 4th of July festivities and weekends. So we have been preparing and pivoting and making some alternative plans in case of evacuation or emergency needs to move people out of the lake area quickly. We've been working with state parks. They've been great. They're actually doing some vegetation trimming along their trailway in case we need to use that for emergency access. Chief, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think you covered it pretty much. The only addition that I would make to that is we're planning on contraflowing Donner Lake Road if we need to, using both lanes with the contractor setting those cones in a quick minute there, so we can get both lanes of travel if we need to get out of there in a hurry. So that's the plan.
And this is being communicated and coordinated with the county to the extent appropriate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will open it up to public comment. If anyone has any public comment or questions on the presentations, you have 3 minutes if you want to come up to the podium. Seeing none, we will close public come on up. And please state your name, and then there is a timer over here to my left, your right.
I'll be well under that. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, and town staff. My name is Charles Willett, and I'm the owner of Tahoe Honey Company, which is one of the 3 licensed cannabis delivery services here in town. I want to make it very clear how important it is to me to have my business as a positive partner with this community and the town of Truckee. Tahoe Honey Company has been in operation since 2015. We reopened in 2020 under the new recreational laws. We currently employ 5 year-round local employees at a livable wage, and despite challenges with the new heavy traffic and road conditions during the winter, we pride ourselves on getting to every patient and customer as efficiently as possible. We plan our routes to ensure we are reaching the most amount of people with the least amount of impact on the roads, as I'm fully aware of the community's goal in reducing VMTs. Furthermore, we kept our promise to the town at our Planning Commission hearing to invest in fuel-efficient vehicles, including a hybrid. Our current plan is to replace the fleet as needed with electric vehicles to further reduce our footprint. But I know there's much more that we can do to align with the goals of the Truckee 2040 general plan. As the cannabis industry has evolved in the past few years since legalization in California, so has the town of Truckee in many other ways. I recognize that there are pain points that stem from the continued growth in the town, and my hope is that my business will work with the town to reduce these points rather than to add to them. One very simple way that we could be a part of the town's new single-use foodware reduction initiative would be to partner with Keep Truckee Green's reusable to-go containers. With dozens of deliveries a day that we're doing, we have a great opportunity to reduce the amount of waste created by bags used to deliver our orders. We would love to find a way to reapply what the local restaurants have done to reduce our environmental impact and just to be a part of everything that the community is doing. And that's just one quick idea that I had on how to better partner with the town. Just wanted to more introduce myself and say hey, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the presentations this evening? Seeing none, we will close public comment. All right, with that, we will move right along to our consent calendar, and we have a few items, so I will read through them all now. Item 6.1, the minutes from the June 13th regular meeting. Item 6.2, amendment to the GAN appropriations limit for fiscal year 23-24. Item 6.3, energy efficiency and conservation block grant program application authorization. Item 6.4, Truckee Rail Yard Mobility Hub Phase 1 project, C1820 contract award. Item 6.5, update to the Town of Truckee's sustainable purchasing and practices policy. Item 6.6, documentation of town support for Truckee Tahoe Airport District grant applications from the Friends of the Truckee Library, the Truckee Chamber of Commerce, and also the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. Item 6.7, teleconference policies and procedures for Brown Act Council boards and commissions. Item 6.8, fiscal year 23-24, request of Transportation Development Act funds from the Nevada County Transportation Commission. And item 6.9, appointment of lay member and performing arts representatives to the Public Art Commission of Truckee. Two more to go. 6.10, purchasing authorization, legal services, and 6.11, purchase of solar-powered compacting trash and recycling containers. Are there any council members that would like to pull any items off consent? No. Seeing none? No. Okay. Any staff members?
No, Mayor.
I will invite any member of the public. Would you like to pull an item off the consent calendar this evening? Seeing none, I will bring it back up here. Would someone like to make a motion to approve our consent calendar?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, as you move into the regular business for tonight, I'm going to ask that you go to 7.4, Contract for Economic Vitality, Workforce Development, Community Connectivity, and Visitor and Transportation Services with the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. We noticed the public hearings to start at 5, so we'd like to wait until 5 for those to start. You guys got through that intro very quickly.
We're being efficient tonight.
Good job.
All right. So with that, we'll move to item 7.4 for those keeping score at home. And this is contract for economic vitality, workforce development, community connection, visitor and transportation services with the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. And I believe Hillary will provide an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. I'll be presenting this for Carissa Binkley, our Economic Program Analyst, this evening. This item is to present a new contract with the Truckee Chamber for council approval. This is proposed to be a 3-year contract, including economic vitality, workforce development, community connection, and visitor and transportation services. So a whole group of different services provided by the Chamber. The town and chamber have a long history of collaborating together through several chapters of this flavor of work together. But there's also been a significant and exciting change over the past year with the chamber. First, longtime CEO Lynn Saunders retired last fall, and we welcomed new president and CEO Jessica Penman, who's here with us this evening. And the chamber adopted its first strategic plan with 4 strategic pillars that are focus areas of much of the new work proposed in this scope of work. The town has also just adopted a new 2040 general plan, and we've made efforts to integrate several general plan actions into this new contract. To develop the proposed contract, staff began meeting with the chamber representatives to discuss areas where the chamber's strategic plan and town priorities aligned. We then used this to develop a draft proposal, and this proposed scope of work was reviewed by the Marketing and Visitor Services Committee, which is comprised of council members Henderson and Vice Mayor Pallavi. And since changes to the Downtown Welcome Center were contemplated in the contract, we also held a Welcome Center stakeholder meeting with the town, chamber, TDMA, and Visit Truckee Tahoe staff and electeds to discuss the role and the vision for the new Welcome Center. So now I'd like to turn it over to Jessica Penman, President and CEO, to provide a brief overview of the scope of work highlights.
Thank you so much. Next slide. So I'm going to only highlight a few things. I know you've seen the proposal and happy to answer any other questions after this, but we wanted to be quick tonight because we know you have a very long meeting. So next slide. So 2 highlights from our economic vitality portion of the new contract is the business landscape study. This is proposed to take place in the first year of our contract during fiscal 24 to really understand who is doing business, where they're doing business in our community, including those that are home businesses and our remote workforce. And from there, using that data to really understand the needs of our business community here and look at programs and different incentives and different things we could do to really help bolster our business community here. And then the next one I wanted to highlight is our business success program. So this is really working closely with Carissa, our other partners at the SBC, VTT, the Community Foundation to create a one-stop shop that would be somewhere that businesses can go to really find all of that information that they need to be successful here. Next slide. Next is workforce development. Workforce development is one of my passions in chamber work, and I'm really excited to be partnering more closely with TTUSD to do some career exploration programs. We already are in works with them for a workforce readiness certificate program, which would be where students would go through a program to learn how to interview, how to write a resume, some of those soft skills that are really needed to get your first job. And then also our Truckee Regional Job Fair. So we host a regional job fair right now once a year. This year we had over 40 employers and over 100 job seekers that attended, even though it was snowing and it was outside. So we're excited to continue to grow that. We heard from a lot of people it was the best job fair they've been to in a long time, and there's talk of even expanding it to be twice a year. Next slide. Next is our community connections piece. This is the piece that the Truckee Chamber has really thrived on for a very long time. We're excited to continue the Big Life Connections program, which is really looking to both for new residents and residents that have been here for a long time but are looking to get more involved and learn more about the community. We're excited to kind of revamp this program a little bit. It'll still include the magazine that comes out quarterly, as well as resident events and other things like that. And then we also run through this the Truckee Core Values Fund. This is currently small grants that go to businesses that are holding small community-oriented events. Last year we had twice as much ask as we had funding to give, so we know that this is still a piece that is very important to our community and our business members. And then last slide, thank you. And then the last is our visitor and transportation services. One of my board members said it best. He said, let's make it a welcome center, not a bus stop. So we're really excited to look at visioning what our welcome center downtown can be, recognizing that it's a very important part of our community. We see over 150,000 people through the doors of the welcome center each year. So we want to make sure that we're really giving them the experience that they want, that we're showing them the best that Truckee can be. We're looking forward to in 2024, fiscal 2024, to using it as a visioning year, working with our stakeholders to figure out what we want this space to look like. And then in fiscal 25 and 26, bringing in some of those community partners to help with those upgrades. Some things that we're looking at is new branding, technology, a layout is just kind of the beginning of that. So that's all from me for now.
Thank you, Jessica. With that, here is a summary of the proposed budget. Again, it is a 3-year contract. A total of both the Welcome Center services and economic and community services would be $1,718,272 over 3 years. And with that, staff's recommendation is to authorize the town manager to execute a 3-year contract with the Truckee Chamber for the scope of work that Jessica described. And Jessica and most of her board members are all here tonight, so thank you all for attending, and I'm sure that they are happy to entertain any questions as well.
Thank you very much, Hillary and Jessica and board members for all being here. We will start over here. Councilmember Klofstad, any questions?
Well, my big question in reading the report was, what does more than a bus stop mean? But obviously, you're still working on defining that. And will there be opportunities for the public to participate in that?
Definitely. We definitely want to make sure that we're hearing from all of our stakeholders as far as what would be best, how that space can be utilized to welcome not just visitors, but also residents. We do have residents that come in, looking for different information and services as well. So we would definitely want to open it up to everybody.
Great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
No questions, just some comments afterwards.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson?
Same, no questions, just comments.
Councilmember Zabriskie, any questions?
Two topics. One is, I remember earlier there was discussion about working on requiring business licenses to help acquire this baseline data. And could you just go ahead and tell me generally what were the pros and cons of having business licenses, and why is that no longer being proposed? And I guess this might go to Jessica.
I was going to throw it to Hillary.
Oh,
We can do it together.
Yeah, I'm happy
Sure.
to jump in on that. It's been a periodic topic of conversation with council. The most recent conversation weighed the pros and cons, including sort of the additional administrative burden for businesses, the additional cost for businesses to require that. As a con. One of the pros would be by requiring an annual registration, it gives us more granular data on exactly who is here operating business. Right now, we do get those questions frequently, and we have a lot of information, but it's probably not complete information on what businesses are operating here. So that would be the trade-off. In order to implement a business license program, right now we're not staffed to do that. So if that is a direction that we eventually went as a town, we would need to figure out where that service would live. We'd have to figure out what the fee schedule would be, and we'd have to recover costs through a registration fee. Jessica, anything else to add?
I would just add, I think one of the things we talked a lot about within the committee was that one of the pieces of this is knowing who is working and who is operating here. And we felt like doing this business landscape study would be able to gather that data without requiring additional burden onto the businesses. So this was kind of what came out of those conversations, was that business landscape study.
Councilmember Zabriskie, you're muted.
Yeah. Just related to that, one last question on this topic is I looked at what South Lake Tahoe charges for business licenses, and it ranges somewhere between 0.17% and 0.27% of $1,000 of revenue every year. Is that in the ballpark, do you know, of what Truckee might charge, or is that
I'm going to jump
unusual?
in here, and say that we haven't done had enough conversation, done enough study to even know there's many different forms of business license. It can just be a flat, $100 for the license if we're really just trying to gather information. If we're trying to make it cost recovery, it's a different amount. You can do it based off of gross receipts. So we have not engaged in those conversations. I think we've kind of high-level summary of what both Jessica and Hillary said is did not hear enough interest or consensus among the council members to engage in that as part of the negotiations. So we kind of pivoted and developed this kind of compromised approach.
Okay, and then the next area was on the business success program. Just towards the tail end of the general plan update process, we adopted a revised economic development element. And I'm wondering, in terms of better aligning the Chamber's business success program with the town's own goals along the lines of housing, traffic, parking, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And the concern is if a business expansion program proves successful, it could also adversely impact those things. Just by having an increased labor force, we could see more unintended adverse impacts. Does the chamber have any plans to try and address that as part of its business success program, or could we include something? Modify the scope of work to include consideration of working with Sierra Business Council and Visit Truckee Tahoe to encourage the green business certification and other sustainability goals, while also establishing a plan to mitigate the adverse impacts?
Sure. I would say one thing is that we didn't specifically put a BRE, a business expansion program, into this scope, because we had heard that from council as well, that there was we were nervous about putting that language into here. So we're really focused on how do we make sure that our businesses that are here are being as successful as possible, which is really the point of that program. I think we know we will work with SBC and VTT. They weren't part of the conversation for the contract. So I would be worried about putting their names down when we haven't actually formally had those conversations with them yet. We've informally had them. Jess Carr from SBC is on my board, so she's well aware of the work that we're doing, and we're definitely looking at how we can integrate all of those sustainable programs and keep Truckee green and all of that into that business success program. But the bones of that really still need to be fleshed out, and the conversations need to be had with our partners, I think, before we can put them into the contract. Hillary, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, I don't quite understand why you're nervous about including something in the scope of work directed at mitigating adverse impacts of business expansion.
For that, I guess I'm not. I would be more nervous about calling out other community partners that have not been communicated with yet about the work that we're going to be doing. But I'm open to putting that language in. But I think that would probably actually go under the business data collection section, which is not something that was highlighted tonight, because that's really looking at the different issues that are impacting business and collecting the data on that and then using that to think of solutions. So I think it would go more probably under that section than the business success program.
Okay, so when the council goes into deliberations, you don't presently have any objection to our including a provision in the scope of work that would call upon the chamber to encourage green business certifications and other sustainability goals. Correct. In order to mitigate adverse impacts.
Nope, no objection at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. All right, with that, we will open it up to public comment. Thank you, Jessica. I don't have any further questions. Great job. If anyone would like to make a comment on this item, you are welcome to come on up to the podium. As always, please state your name, and you will have 3 minutes. Would anyone like to make a public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and we will bring it back up here for discussion. Councilmember Klövstad, back to you.
So first of all, thank you, council members Pallavi and Henderson, for supporting this effort. I really appreciate that and trust your work in this effort. The Chamber's new strategic plan, I'm so impressed, and I really do think it's a perfect fit for our business community and kind of the ever-changing climate that they experience both season to season and year to year. So really appreciative of that, and very helpful to have your board here and know what strong support you have. And thank you to the board for the effort put forth in that strategic plan. Clearly, it was significant, and our community is much appreciative. And that's it.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. I want to just quickly say thank you as well. Great job being here, board. I have a quick response. One of my comments was very much going to be about this middle ground that I think we found on the business license program, which I very much appreciate. So a little bit to Councilmember Zabriskie's comments. This is very much, in my opinion, a very nice meeting in the middle and compromise of not going full head into a business license program, which many of you know I was generally opposed to, at least in its discussed upon form, but allowing the chamber to still collect the information and provide it back to the town through the contract. I think it's a much better way to go. We still have the opportunity down the road to investigate further registration requirements should we decide to do so on our business community. But with the just incredibly uncertain climate that we seem to all be operating within over the last 5+ years now, and it kind of continues down that path, allowing for the data to be collected is a great start, and I trust that the chamber and the board will ensure a solid process on that front. So I believe we've met in the middle. Maybe to some of Council Member Zabrisky's other comments on mitigating adverse impacts, I do think it's important to be clear that the Chamber is not a regulatory body. They are an advisory body. They are a helpful body. They are an advocacy. Well, hopefully they'll be an advocacy body soon. And, their mission and vision and everything that we see in this contract is about supporting the community, our business community, our resident community, and really everything that entails through that ecosystem. So sure, I'm fine with language that uses the type of language that continues in that theme of support, of assistance, but I'm definitely not going to come around to anything that's a requirement or a mitigation measure or anything like that. I think we need to be very careful to understand what our nonprofit partner's role in this bigger picture is and what the town's role in this bigger picture is. If the town wants to be a requiring body of some sort, that's what our job is. That's what we do. We require things, we ordinance things, we make laws and all sorts of fees, and we cause lots of paperwork, and that's what the town is really, really good at. And what the chamber's goal with all of this is to smooth that over for our business community. So I think as long as we're all on the same page with what each entity's role is in this relationship, I'm comfortable with moving that forward. Personally, I think this contract has undergone quite a few edits. We started meeting many months ago, and I think all those edits have really been incorporated in a really honest and true way. So I'm pretty pleased with the way it is, and I don't need to wordsmith anything in there at this point. My last comment is about the visitor center. And really, all I want to do is applaud you all. And Ruth is here, and your board is here. And I think it's important to note that there was a lot of finger pointing. The visitor center has been maybe a bullseye or a target, or everybody trying to avoid it. There's been a lot of distraction and sort of, whose thing is this? And we had a meeting. We had Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. We had Visit Truckee Tahoe. We had the chamber. Town was there. I was there. Courtney was there. And, there was a little bit of like, all right, hey, everybody, let's look around the table. Anybody want this thing? And nobody raised their hand at that first meeting. And it was really great to see that the chamber came back and they said, we'll take it. And they not only will they take it, they'll take it for 3 years. They'll improve it. We're going to give them some funding to do that. But it just shows a level of ownership that is appreciated. And I think that you should be recognized for that. So thank you. Yeah. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you so much. Jessica, of course, all of our chamber board members, representatives, staff here tonight, you have worked so hard. I'm so excited to see the direction that the chamber is going in, and honestly, really excited to be able to be a partner in that work. It truly is transformational what is in this plan and in this scope of work. So congratulations to you. I also just want to comment on, I think that this really aligns with our council priority on community connection and cohesion. There's a lot in this specifically related to that. We've talked so many times about the need for more data from our businesses to actually inform our policies and programs and what we want to stand up, again, to support our business community and, our local economy. And I think that having that business landscape study will be incredibly valuable, to the town, to the chamber, to all of the partners involved. We've talked a little bit about the Welcome Center, so I'm not going to sort of, go too in depth, but I think, again, it can truly be this center for community connectivity, for community cohesion, for really cultivating those relationships and overcoming some of that division that we've had historically. The last thing that I just want to know is that there's really, really good alignment in the Chamber's workforce development components and our economic element in the 2040 general plan. And I think a lot of that was really intentional. We talked a lot about how do we align with Truckee 2040? What does that actually look like? I'll also say that just I want to nod to Councilmember Pallavi. I do absolutely agree. I think that middle ground on any potential business licensing program, we really did get to a middle ground place, I think. And I also don't see the need to, do sort of additional wordsmithing. I think in the business data collection section, we really talk a lot about, getting that data to support those business needs and issues as they arise. And then in business education, it specifically talks about, education on sustainable practices, for example, to Councilmember Zabrisky's point. So I am very comfortable with where this is and very appreciative that I could be involved in this process and to learn from you as well on the business community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yeah, I'm fine with not having a business license. I assume it could be imposed to be required at a later date, but we should certainly give this middle ground a chance to succeed and give us the information that allow us to better improve businesses in our town without charging the businesses. It's a $1.7 million infusion of taxpayer money into the business community. And in that contractual sense, I was thinking that all of the council members would be interested in mitigating the growth-inducing aspects of the business success program, which is to say, if there is no growth, then there is no mitigation. But it looks like the intent of the chamber is to grow business based on an old premise that business success requires business growth. And there's external cost to the community in doing that. And it would be good for us to include something that reflects a better alignment of the chamber with Visit Truckee Tahoe, with this destination management program, and with the town's own goals about sustainability and workforce housing. So what I'm suggesting and what I would like to hear from the other council members is what their thoughts are on having the chamber including in the scope of work what I understood Jessica to just say the chamber would be fine with is that the chamber will work to encourage green business certification and other sustainability goals to mitigate adverse impacts of business expansion. I don't know if that's wordsmithing, but there's the language. And what are your thoughts? Is this acceptable to the other council members, or do you think this is a bad idea? And if so, why?
Thanks, Councilmember Zabriskie. I'll weigh in first, and then I'll open it up to the rest of you. First, I will just echo what everyone else said. Thank you, Jessica and team and board members, for all being here. This is really exciting. Lots of exciting things to come and participation from community members, and appreciate all the effort. And Councilmember Henderson and Vice Mayor Pallavi, same thing, your work on that. What I heard to Councilmember Zabriskie, to your question, those Vice Mayor and Councilmember Henderson that were involved in this and all the discussions, they feel very comfortable and confident in where we're at with this language. And I don't feel the need to wordsmith. If everyone else is okay with it, then fine. But I also feel like this seems like a really good product, and we know what the chamber is going to be doing. I also appreciate, Vice Mayor, your comments about everyone's lanes. I think, VTT, they've got a lane, Chamber has a different lane. So also not, requiring or, encouraging people to cross over in lanes and work on things that maybe it would make more sense from another group. So I'll just leave it there. I'm comfortable and happy to leave it where it is. But if others want to go along with Councilmember Zabriskie, that's okay too. Councilmember Klobstad, I see a head no from Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I do see the benefit of that added phrase, and I do think it sticks within those lanes that Councilmember Pallavi describes. The green certification program is something that, as you all well know, I'm very interested in, but it's been fairly stagnant. It kind of stagnated during COVID, and I'd love to breathe some life into that. If naming it here is a way to help elevate it, I'm all for that, but I certainly don't see the document as it is now as contradictory to our general plan. So I would love to see it added. I trust that it will be executed regardless.
Yeah, I might just add that, first of all, I don't necessarily agree. I think your comment, Councilmember Zabriskie, was business success means business growth. Is that what you said? What was your opening comment? We can't hear you.
You are muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the way I'm reading the business success program that one of the objectives within that program is to grow the size of business. From that, I construe it as adding employees and attracting more customers.
Yeah.
And I think that businesses can succeed in Truckee without necessarily having to grow. I really want to see us support existing businesses and make them resilient. But if we're going to have to add a greater labor force when we already have a labor shortage, we need to figure out how to mitigate those adverse impacts as well as the increased demand for housing.
Sure. So I got you. So I would disagree with that comment. Business success does not necessarily mean business growth. It means a million different things. It means adding a health benefit program to your existing employee base. It means understanding that there's sustainable green business certifications and practices out there, and you do that through education and lunch and learns. It means providing your employees with higher wages with existing employee base. It implies providing incentives for your employees to take TART Connect. So business success can be defined in about 800 different ways that aren't necessarily growth inducing from an impact point of view. And I think that's important for us to make sure that we're all on the same page of just because a successful business does not necessarily mean there's employee growth. It means maybe employee retention is indicative of business success. I would love to have incredible employee retention. I'd love to be able to offer my employees some of the services that board member Greeno can offer his. They are jealous. They try to go work for him. He has such a great benefit program, and I'm being dead. He knows I'm being dead serious. So I think we have to be careful how we define success and how we define mitigation. And I don't think this is the right place to do that. And I think in here we have business education. Business education, it's right in there. Business education includes sustainable practices, right? If you want to go be a certified green business, there's nothing stopping us right now. Zero. There's zero. I could go to Sierra Business Council tomorrow and say, I'm ready. Right. So I think that the reality is it's really an education-based system, and the chamber has already signed up to do all of that. So I don't feel a need to add anything at this time. I think there's a lot of different ways to define what we're trying to get to without, being so specific and allowing the chamber to develop what that means to them instead of prescribing what it means to us. We've already prescribed what it means to the town. We have it in one of our goals, and this contract is directly linked from our general plan and our goals, and that was exactly how we set out to craft this contract at the end of the day. So I would say they're intrinsically tied together and inherent, and we don't have to renew their contract in 3 years if we don't think they've done a good job. So.
I appreciate everything you just said, and putting the best light on it for myself is you're saying that's already implicit. All these good things are already implicit in this agreement, and we don't need to make it explicit. And we certainly can monitor what happens over the succeeding years to see if we are achieving these goals in the way you just described them.
Yes, I will also add, and I know Councilmember Henderson wants to make a comment too, as they're also hearing this discussion. So I know Jessica is going to be thinking about this and how to, work with SBC on their green business program and whatnot. Councilmember Henderson?
No, I was just going to say, and thank you, that I agree with Councilmember Pallavi entirely. I don't think that, this is saying just growth. We specifically call out retention, right? We call out supporting innovation, and that can be innovation in new business types, but also in things like what types of benefits are we actually offering to employees? How are we creating a really stable workforce? And I'm really cognizant with some of this language of not wanting to frame it as just a negative, right? Like, new business is growth, and there's all these bad impacts. There's a lot of really positive impacts, right? And if we're just framing it like that, that just concerns me a little bit, right? There's the positive impacts to stability for our workforce, to new workforce opportunities, to more diversification for our community as a whole. And I think that's incredibly important, especially as we see the climate changing, and what are our ski resorts going to look like in 50 years? Like, we need to be thinking really far in advance, and I think that this does that very, very well. So I would like to see it stay as it is, basically, is where I'm at.
So I hear consensus on support for keeping it as it is. So I would ask if there is a motion based on the recommendation that's up here.
I will make a motion that we authorize the town manager to execute a 3-year contract with the Truckee Chamber of Commerce for economic vitality, workforce development, community connection, and visitor and transportation services based upon the proposal contained herein.
Second.
And I do understand, because we have a member participating remotely, we will need to take all of these votes via roll call. So Sarah, if you could do that for us. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Klevstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Aye.
Mayor Romack?
Aye.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. And thank you, Chamber. All right, so with that, it is 5:02, so we can start on our first item. So we'll go back to item 7.1, and this is a public hearing for adoption of residential and commercial solid waste collection service rates. And I think we've got a crew, Aaron, and some others. So, Aaron, we will toss it to you when you're ready. And I don't think your mic's on.
There we go.
Sound the same.
Good evening. I'm here to present the proposed residential and commercial solid waste collection service rates for next fiscal year. So we have 3 recommended actions. The first is to conduct a public hearing on the proposed rates for both residential and commercial solid waste collection service beginning July 1st for next fiscal year. Second is to adopt Resolution 2023-43 that would approve those proposed rates and authorize Nevada County to collect the annual residential rate on the property tax roll. And the third is to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with TTSD to use $350,000.04 in solid waste fund reserves to reduce the residential solid waste rate increase. So our annual rate adjustment methodology is set in our franchise agreement. There are two methods that are used to calculate the change in the hauler's costs each year. The first is an index-based adjustment, which is used in most years of our 10-year agreement. And that method uses the annual percentage change in the consumer price index, the fuel price index, employment cost index, and other standard indices to estimate the change in cost from year to year. It's a fairly rough estimate, and it doesn't always capture the changes in our local costs. It's also capped at 7% in those cost increases in an index-based year. Accordingly, twice during our 10-year agreement, we do a cost-based adjustment that involves a much more detailed review of TTSD's financial and operational records to calculate costs, and that provides an opportunity to true up the rates with the actual cost of providing service. So this year we did do a cost-based adjustment that was originally scheduled for fiscal year 21-22, but delayed until this year. And I do want to note as well that the rate adjustments for residential and commercial service are calculated separately, as these services are operationally different and have different costs and different revenue streams. So that table is a little misaligned. So the proposed residential base rate for fiscal year 23-24 is $462.36 per year, which works out to be $38.53 per month. This rate has two components, which together cover the full cost of providing collection services. So the solid waste base rate, that top value in the table, that is calculated to cover TTSD's costs for collection and also the pass-through costs of processing and disposal. The administrative fee component is calculated each year to cover the town's costs. That includes staff time, and it also includes the cost of the drop-off services, such as the cardboard and food scraps dumpsters. And these costs are all detailed in the solid waste fund budget. I do really briefly want to review the services that are included in that residential base rate. So for trash, that includes 1 32-gallon can serviced weekly, 4 scheduled trash overages per year, free bulky item collection 2 times per year. For recycling, it's 1 recycling cart serviced every other week, unlimited blue bags collected weekly, and cardboard drop-off service year-round. For organic service, that's 3 yard waste carts serviced every other week, May through November, drop-off of 6 cubic yards of yard waste per year at the Eastern Regional Landfill Facility, that's May through October, subsidized 6-yard waste bins available May through October, and the food scraps drop-off bins that are now at 3 locations in town. The administrative fee portion also covers the costs of council-approved waste reduction programs. I do want to note that the town is required by state law, like all jurisdictions in California, to develop and implement source reduction programs to reduce the amount of waste generated. And as you all know, it has also been a priority for our council and our community. Based on the cost analysis conducted by our consultants, HF&H, residential rates would need to increase nearly 16% next year to cover the increases in costs. Accordingly, staff is proposing using approximately $350,000 in our solid waste fund reserves to reduce that rate increase to 9.94%. And that increase would apply to all residential services. So the proposed annual rate of $462.36 and the residential rates in the attachment to the resolution are based on that 9.94% increase. For commercial rates, the cost analysis gives us a rate adjustment factor of 1.42%. This is lower in part because of higher than expected revenue from commercial collection services. Commercial services available to businesses include trash, recycling, and food scraps collection. Beginning this July, we will also have a new commercial yard waste cart service available. And Keep Truckee Green also provides free technical assistance, signage, and receptacles to support proper waste sorting for businesses in town. I do want to make note of some key program information related to those proposed rates. As I'm sure you know, Senate Bill 1383 imposed many new requirements for local jurisdictions, haulers, and processing facilities in implementing their solid waste collection services. So that has contributed to increased cost for collection services over the past few years as the town has worked to come into compliance with these regulations. And one of those new statewide regulations is mandatory collection service. State law required us to adopt an enforceable mechanism mandating all residences and businesses to participate in our collection programs. So we don't have the option of allowing an opt-out or an opt-in system for our residential collection in Truckee. I also want to note that our collection service rates, even with these increases, are comparable to other jurisdictions that have implemented a 3-containers collection system that meets SB 1383 requirements. I know it's sometimes difficult when we look at rates in other nearby areas, especially in unincorporated parts of the county. They don't necessarily have to comply with the same collection service requirements under SB 1383, or they're still in the process of implementing service changes and have not yet accounted for those costs in their rates. I do want to mention as well that we are also working to refine reporting metrics for TTSD to improve our ability to track and address service issues. We're also coordinating with them on guidelines for photographic documentation for service issues such as overages, messes, blocked bear boxes and driveways, and other collection issues that occur. And that's in addition to any service improvements that they are implementing as part of their settlement agreement. So with that, I'm happy to take your questions. And I do also want to note that in addition to myself and other town staff, we have Dave Hilton from HF&H, our consultant who conducted the cost analysis, available via Zoom if you have any questions about that. And we also have Kelly Hare, Manager of Accounting and Finance for TTSD, available as well with us here today for questions.
Thank you very much, Erin. All right, with that, we will go to questions. Councilmember Zabriskie, we'll start with you first. If you can find your unmute button.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On the, I'm trying to understand why the labor and fuel numbers are the major components of the cost increase, yet most of the cost increases with residential rather than commercial. For example, was it labor rates that went up, or was it the demand for labor that made residential service costs go up so much more than commercial?
I think I will defer that question to Dave.
Great. Yeah, good question. A lot of this really was about the demand, not so much a extreme increase in labor costs, although that did go up during this time period we were reviewing. I think the ECU projection that we used was around 8.3% when we checked that employment cost data. But really, this was largely driven by demand for service and the expansion to residential services that was described.
Okay. And actually, I think those are all of my questions. The rest were answered in the question and answers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I do have some questions on this one. So I just want to confirm, Erin, the cost-based adjustment was contractually agreed upon in the franchise agreement that we executed in 2018. Is that right?
Correct. There are 2 years that will have a cost-based adjustment. It was originally rate period 4, and that one has been delayed to this year, which is rate period 6, and the next will be in rate period 8.
I was going to ask that, so you've already answered a couple of my questions. Thank you. So for rate period 7, 9, 10, then we'll be using the index-based adjustment that we've used previously?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And do we have any expectation of sort of continued rate increases in years 7 through 10? I know that the staff report noted we might need another buy down next year. And so if you could just speak to that a little bit, and if we're expecting another buy down, do we have any sense of the magnitude that would be required for that at this point?
Sure. So one of the reasons we are expecting, it is likely we will recommend a smaller buy down next year, is that what we are doing through this buy down is providing an alternative revenue source, but it's not addressing the increase in costs that would have occurred this year. And so we're essentially deferring 6% of that increase. And so that, we will have to account for those costs next year in addition to the index-based adjustment that is capped at 7%. And so we will probably, it's hard to predict how much costs will increase next year. But we are likely to recommend some additional buy down, probably a smaller amount, to help smooth out that transition and spread that cost increase more gradually.
So it sounds like we could expect another increase of like 12 to 13% would not be out of the realm of possibility.
It would not be out of the realm of possibility.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure I understood this right. One of my fellow council members, whoever submitted this question in advance, thank you. One of the questions was, what happens if we, say no to the rate hike, because it's a really high rate hike. And it sounds like from the staff response that TTSD is contractually entitled to the calculated proposed rate increase. So the town would be in breach of contract if we don't approve the rate increase. Is that correct?
I'm looking
Andy?
at the town attorney.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, so we basically don't have a choice. We have to approve the rate increase, even though it's incredibly high, and we understand there's reasons for why that has happened, but that's where we are. Like, we don't have a choice on this one.
This is the deal we signed up for when the franchise agreement was entered into.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Just two, I think. One is, I didn't see it in the staff report, or maybe I missed it. What is the fund balance in the reserve, in the solid waste reserve fund after the drawdown, I guess? Because that's really all that matters.
Sure. I think I would have to ask our finance staff for a figure. We did propose this amount, with the expectation, that we would probably want to use a smaller amount as well next year. So we were accounting for that, and this was the amount we felt comfortable with.
And maybe also what the rate of replenishment is. I forgot to ask that. I was the one who asked some of those other questions, so I forgot to ask rate of replenishment.
Sure. We don't budget in money specifically to replenish the reserves. Our goal is to have it just cover our costs, but when we do come in under budget, that money, because this is an enterprise fund and we don't use revenue from trash rates for any other purpose.
Right.
Whenever there is extra money in that budget from that administrative fee, it goes into reserves. So this year we are expecting to, I think, be roughly $200,000 under our original budget. We had a staffing vacancy for part of the year, and that reduced our expected costs, or our costs below what was expected.
So for fiscal year 22-23, the year we're in, we're estimating to have a fund balance of $907,000.
So approximately 550, 600 after this 350 drawdown, approximately. Okay.
Yeah, the solid waste division is budgeting to purchase a new vehicle, an electric vehicle, to replace their end of life hybrid. So that is also going to draw down on the fund balance.
Great, thank you. I have a service-related question. Is that I know we have, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. You've presented to us many times.
That's Kelly Hare.
Kelly, thank you. And maybe this is for you guys, maybe it's for Kelly, and I invite you to the podium if you are able to answer it. I think some of the service concerns, whether they're residential or commercial, from some of our constituents seem to be, I would say, based on, theoretical stories, sometimes real life situations, different appetites of, there was snow blocking it. Well, yeah, there was like 6 inches of snow blocking it. That doesn't mean you couldn't get there, right? Or I know in some of the commercial experiences that we've experienced both in my shopping center and from what I've heard from others, maybe there's one of the egresses is blocked because they're repaving, and the other egress obviously isn't blocked, but they couldn't go their normal route, so they just skipped the service altogether. I hear stories I've experienced, and both hear stories similar to that often. Would you say that some of the technological improvements that you're looking to make might help with some of that and be more clear as to, or maybe you could be more clear as to sort of what that service expectation is in some of those cases? If there does have to be a diversion from, whatever the normal route is, 363 days of the year, and 2 days of the year, one entrance is blocked, but the other entrance isn't. Or, is there a snow level that creates certain impact, reasons for service failure or reasons for service misses? Maybe you could talk to us a little bit about that, because I think that's a big pain point in seeing our rates go up so high, but yet the the opportunities for missed service seem to also not necessarily decrease. Is that appropriate for yeah, I think. Kelly.
Thank you for having me, Council. I like the question. We do get it a lot, and it does. There's kind of a variety of answers, because from a residential standpoint, we do encounter ice, snow, that kind of thing, and it is quite dangerous because, as we, I think, talked about a little bit with Dave, our service is very labor intensive. They're out there walking, and as a policy, access to bear boxes is supposed to be 3 feet wide, the snow cleared. Yes, if there's just a couple inches of fluffy, dry snow, we can walk right through that. If it's that like a snow plow, your snow service came by and plowed up your driveway, and now there's, a few inches berm that's iced up in front of your bear box, like, we're not going to try to wrangle that open and risk bending the door. So that would be kind of on a residential side of things. Our staff, they are provided all cleats, so they do have proper gear, but again, it's a safety issue, and our policy is clear access, but we understand we're in a winter situation, a winter environment. And so I think our staff really does try hard. And especially this year, we offered a lot of courtesy go backs to customers who, I didn't have it cleared enough. Can you come back? Yes. So we really do try to work with the customers. I know that this year we had some real big snow events. I think we had one day in probably, like our 50-year history that we actually called our staff back from Tahoe Donner because of the snow conditions. And the town of Truckee's plows, they're out there trying to do their best, but also then our trucks can't get through. That's another thing. And it's kind of a double-edged sword. The plow goes through, what do they create? A berm. And now we're not climbing over snow berms to get to bear boxes. So it's tricky, and we understand that we're not going to be able to satisfy every single customer's issue, but we certainly do try, and we certainly do have the equipment. We have a whole fleet of 4x4, pickups that they're fully chained, they're out there, they're trying to get all the trash. On the commercial side of things, which I think, honestly, commercial has kind of a couple of different issues, one being snow and ice, but then another being paving or delivery trucks from UPS to Cisco, who knows who it may be, and just traffic in general and parking. And we really, I actually dealt with an issue yesterday. And our driver went by twice. He went at 8 a.m. and then again at 9 a.m. And it was blocked both times. So he took a photo and he moved on. And then, the customer really needed service, badly. We got him on the radio. Hey, is there any chance that you're going to be back in this area? Yes, I can get it if it's going to be clear. And so I think our drivers do, they really do try, because they're on a time schedule as well, trying to get through their route for the day. And along with all the traffic that we've been kind of suffering through, we can't wait too long or take detours at every customer. And we certainly try to work with those who, hey, this is a one-time event, something happened. I had another customer recently, they were pre-planning, hey, we're going to have our parking area closed for paving and it's our collection day. Could you guys reschedule us for the following day? Yes. And so there's things that we do try to work with customers and businesses on. However, on a policy level and on an everyday level, we need the access to be reliable and safe. And so that's why, on a policy, it is the customer's kind of issue to make sure that access is granted and available. Does that kind of?
Yeah, I think maybe even to summarize, giving you a call should a pickup be missed earlier in the day or later in the day, an attempt to come back is as simple as a phone call sometimes.
Sometimes, and it's not going to be every time.
Yeah.
I know we have some customers who, every single time there's a car parked there, and it's like, but I know especially the downtown area that's real crowded, the drivers do a second pass because they understand, like, it's a tough situation for everyone.
Yeah.
And we can't just be driving back and forth and all over, because then obviously that increases our costs and increases our rate adjustments.
Great. I appreciate that. Just super quickly, I did just have another question. I noticed there was some talk about it, and we did receive a public comment from Ms. Cashton about some sort of lawsuit on TTSD. Maybe just fill us in and what impacts that either that litigation is having or might have in the future.
I'll field that one.
Thank you. I was looking to you.
TTSD was the subject of a class action lawsuit brought on behalf of its customers. That lawsuit has now been settled. We have a copy of the settlement agreement. We have looked at the settlement agreement, and we're compiling a list of the things that settlement agreement will require TTSD to do that may be relevant for us. We might want to amend the franchise agreement in some ways to reflect those obligations, but we're on top of it. Broadly speaking, the class action was about requiring better customer service, better record keeping, better notice, that kind of thing. So TTSD has agreed to a number of things in the settlement that should be helpful and be welcomed by Truckee customers.
Excellent. Thank you.
And may I just add one clarification? I think the settlement is not quite approved by the court in full. I think at this time it may be described as a proposed settlement, and there was a delay by the court. I think it was a scheduling delay, to be honest. But I just want to clarify that.
That's good.
Yeah, last I saw it was July 7th.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
That's all my questions.
Councilmember Klövstad, any additional questions?
Just a couple. So can you give me just a rough percentage? How much of the Keep Truckee Green programs are covered by that $46 charge per property per year?
Sure. So in terms of staff time, we have 3 full-time Keep Truckee Green staff. It's roughly 50-50 between the solid waste fund, which does come from that administrative fee, and 50% from the general fund. So In terms of programs, the details are in the budget. It is essentially any part of our programs that are related to our waste collection programs, our waste reduction programs, and our outreach about those programs as well.
So very robust amount of programs and benefits to the community.
It is, and we
could
also,
summarize.
yes, and we, we do have a lot of day-to-day responsibilities in terms of reviewing building permits, reviewing special event permits, working with businesses on, providing the technical assistance I mentioned earlier. So those are kind of all of our day-to-day responsibilities, and then our state reporting requirements. So there is a lot of sort of behind the scenes, if you will, duties that are just required by our government processes, and that we support with our solid waste staff.
I would emphasize that a lot behind the scenes. Yeah, thank you for that. I understand we signed up for this when we entered into this franchise agreement, and for the benefit of our community, if we were then to say no and be in breach of our franchise agreement, TTSD could potentially then stop collecting waste. Is that like the worst case scenario here that we're talking about?
Well, I mean, they could sue us. They could seek to have a court order the town to comply. I suppose they could theoretically maybe repudiate the agreement and stop collecting, but I don't think it would get there. I think what would happen is that they would just try to get a court to tell us that we have to comply.
Perfect, thank you.
Not a good position to be in either way.
No. And then there is, as part of that class action lawsuit, one of the things that has been identified is an annual or a full-time auditor, route auditor, correct? And this person is supposed to be overseeing those overage charges or skipped accounts, or can you give me kind of a broad description of what that auditor will be doing?
Sure. We've actually hired the full-time auditor, and we have already begun. There's kind of a few things that she's been doing, and I think the most important, or where her time has mostly been focused, is auditing routes. So she will go out before a route is kicked off and go see what trash is there, mark it down, and continue on for a number of stops. And then at the end of the day, go through what the driver marked to examine it to make sure that what the driver marked was the same or similar, or what was different, if there was something different. And basically rank, give a grade, and go through that and review with the driver. If the driver says, oh, well, this is what I saw, this is why I marked it this way, then they can have that dialogue and that training or retraining.
Learning opportunity or
yes.
reconciliation.
It's a learning opportunity, and it's, I think our drivers on the whole try to do a really good job, and they take a lot of pride in their work, actually. And I think this is just one more tool that they understand that the accuracy is really important, and they're, not being watched, but they are being reviewed. And so I think it's good and appreciated because it makes everyone better.
So this is mostly auditing the assessment, not necessarily auditing efficiencies or routes or anything like that, correct?
Correct. Speaking to efficiencies of the routing, over the past probably 6 to 9 months, there's been a lot of focus on making sure the routes are efficient, and we've done a number of rerouting, not only with the actual stops, but with the equipment that's been utilized. I'm sure some of you have seen our rear loaders around town. So that has one driver and typically 2 helpers. And those trucks they can get in a little bit smaller places than the big front loaders. not as small as the small pickups, but we've found efficiency with those and have tried to dispatch them as much as possible, as much as makes sense. So I don't know that our current full-time route auditor, that's quite her focus. I think it's actually some of our other operational folks who have been really focused and working on the route efficiency standpoint.
It's great to know, and I think our community will be happy to hear that you guys are evaluating that and making adjustments as you see fit. And then I think we've already talked about the fact that if somebody is dissatisfied with their service, they should be reaching out to you.
Yes, definitely. Give us a call. Right now, our phones are pretty busy because lots of people are ordering green waste dumpsters. But
that's great.
And I should add, I think we're at our highest customer service headcount that we've ever had, and many of them are new. So please bear with them as they're learning a little bit along the way too. But they're doing a great job in getting through the calls. So yes, give us a call. And in the town of Truckee, I know Melanie and Aaron have both been, really open to feedback, whether it be from residents or commercial customers. And we've worked, as a partnership to get to the bottom of what is the issue, what's the solution, is this a one-time thing or is this something that we need to address to have a long-term solution. So I think it's been a good dialogue.
That I would agree, and I would just emphasize that Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal is the appropriate person to call. If you call the town of Truckee or a council member, that response will definitely be delayed. You have staff there to answer the phone and to respond to these things.
Yes, yeah. And we are actively looking into kind of a variety of other solutions to augment or amend our current way that we deal with customer complaints. And, probably maybe next year I'll be able to stand up here and tell you about something that we've added but we like to hear from our customers. We usually like to hear from them when they're happy with our service. But, if they need something, I like it when I talk to someone and they say, in 20 years, this has never happened. And I'm like, yes, in 20 years, we never made a mistake. I'm sorry to hear that you have one, So, yeah.
Excellent point. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks, council members. I don't have any additional questions. Appreciate all of those. So with that, and
Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Go for it.
Okay, it's a compound question. And it relates to the class action settlement. Do you know what an estimated amount of the attorney's fees will be and whether the payment of those fees will come from the ratepayers?
And Andy, am I okay?
Well, I don't have the faintest idea what the attorney's fees are.
I actually don't know what the attorney's fees are either, or what they will come to be. But at this point, for the rate adjustment that we are proposing today, no legal fees were included in any of those costs. And I think HF&H would probably be able to speak to the cost modeling in better detail of what is or is not included in the rate adjustment methodology.
Sure. Yeah, there's a number of disallowed costs. Those sorts of legal fees are among them.
You say they're among the disallowed fees?
They're disallowed from the application, so they are not included in the costs, and therefore they are not included in the rates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie, and thank you, Kelly. All right, with that, we will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make a public comment on this item? You will have 3 minutes. You're welcome to come on up to the podium, state your name, and share your thoughts. Would you like to make a public comment?
I would like to make a
Go
public
ahead,
comment.
Kelly. You have 3 minutes.
Kelly Hare from Tahoe Truckee Stair Disposal. I just really want to thank the town for the opportunity to provide this service. We've been here a long time and really appreciate the partnership that we have, and we really care about this community and this environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, good evening. I'll keep it short. I tend to like to speak a bunch here. I'm also with TTSD. My name is Ryan Collins. I work on the operations side, so you'll normally see me in dirty boots and a fluorescent vest. So I'm a little out of place here, so you'll have to forgive the nerves. I think the last time I was in this room, I was saying the Pledge of Allegiance as a Boy Scout, or leading it. So it's been quite some time. I contemplated wearing my sash tonight. I also just wanted to thank the town's efforts to work with us and some of your patience as we deal with customer issues and the class action. We really are committed as a small family business. We continue to adhere to those values, both in the way that we treat our own employees, and we want and the way that we treat our customers. We want to have a good relationship and to address these concerns and to optimize and improve our process. We are really involved in solutions, looking at everything from, we're literally diving into machine learning, trying to understand how we can leverage new technology to improve the customer experience, whether that be in photographic evidence en route, but also on the back end for our website and whatever it might be. So from operations to customer service, we are optimizing actively. We've invested in bringing new members on. I'm one of them. I've been with the company 5 years, but we are certainly involved and interested in addressing the town's concerns when it comes to some of our customer service. So thank you for having us here tonight. It's been a bit of a long winter, I know, but we are back on it and excited about the future. So thank you. And if anybody would like a tour of the recycling facility, give me a ring.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation. And Councilmember Zabriskie, we'll go back to you to kick things off.
I'm just glad to see that the staff has been coordinating on the work it's doing with the outcome of the class action lawsuit. So the enhancements, the improvements in service are being dated. And I share the point that Vice Mayor Pallavi made early on. It's hard for the customers to accept the rate increase when they feel that they haven't received competent service or adequate service. So I expect the enhancements should go a long way towards assuaging people, if not immediately, over time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I'll be frank. I don't want to necessarily approve this rate increase. It's really high, and we've seen so many other cost increases. And that said, it's not TTSD's fault. The costs of labor, the costs of transportation. I mean, there are so many other cost components that have gone up. So I don't want the community to put blame there, because I don't think that would be appropriate. I also, I don't want the town to be in breach of our contract, because to Andy's point, that could open us up to potential litigation, expending taxpayer dollars on that. And that's obviously not in the best interest of the community and the constituents that we're elected to serve. So I sort of, begrudgingly, I guess, accept that we have to do this. And I'm thankful to you for both being here tonight and to, focusing on all of the opportunities for improvement to really rebuild customer trust. And I think that those things will go a long way in sort of supporting customers and understanding, rate increases and seeing a higher level of service and, seeing their drivers out there. And I mean, they do work incredibly hard, and they're also some of the nicest guys. I mean, my 6.5-year-old, like every day that it's garbage morning, Tuesday mornings, like it was today, and he's out there honk the horn. And I mean, they're the nicest guys. And I see how hard they work and how hard you all work. So thank you for what you do. I'm sorry that we're all in this place that we have to increase rates like this. It's just where we are. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
No further comments.
Councilmember Klofstad?
I'm sorry, I do have a few. This isn't an option. You know, we have to have trash, recycling, and green waste hauled from our homes and businesses. We don't want this stuff remaining where it is. That's to no one's benefit. I understand the second homeowners feeling very frustrated because they don't feel like they have a vote here, but this is a state mandate. This is required no matter where they live. So I just want to make that point. I did actually read the class action lawsuit. It was very interesting. And as I mentioned, this full-time route auditor, I think will really help mitigate some of those inconsistencies between our constituents' service or expectations from the service provider. There's also a few other really interesting requirements that I think will yield some significant improvements to our service. And it seems like there's going to be there has to be a detailed newsletter if this is approved by the court, by the way, on July 7th. A detailed newsletter that they'll distribute with the improvements that are being enacted as part of this settlement agreement, and then reporting to the town on the changes that they're making. And I just really think that this is going to go a long way in assuaging many of the concerns that we read in the public comments prior to the meeting. There's one other comment about communications with constituents. I'm available all too often. Feel free to reach out to me ahead of time if you want to talk through some of these things. This is my 5th time through this rate increase. It is nothing new to me, and it really shouldn't be anything new to anybody that actually looks at their tax bill or utilizes any of these services. TTSD provides extensive services to our community in response to our requests as well as the state mandates for 1883. We are really far and ahead of many other communities and jurisdictions in adhering to those requirements and implementing programs to satisfy those requirements. And I understand that comes at a cost to our service offering, but I really see the benefit and the value in those programs that we are providing and that Truckee Sierra Disposal is providing. So with that, I too wish we didn't have to increase it so much, but it is absolutely necessary.
Thank you. And I agree with all the comments that were made and appreciate TTSD continued investments into improvements and being available for customers when they do have concerns or thoughts. So appreciate you both being here and providing that service to our community. So with that, would anyone like to make a motion? Do you have recommendations on a slide, Aaron, for us? If not, that's okay. Somebody can pull them up from their computer
I do. I would
screen.
recommend reading the full text from the report.
Vice Mayor Pallavi, I think you've got it.
We've conducted our public hearing, so we're good there. Move that we adopt resolution. Am I on the right? 7.1, right? Yeah. Adopt resolution 7.1. Jen said 5 minutes. She swore. Resolution 2023-43, establishing residential and commercial solid waste rates, and authorizing the Nevada County Auditor to place direct charges on the secured tax roll for solid waste collections. In addition, moving to authorize the town manager to execute a letter agreement with Truckee Tahoe Disposal to utilize $350,000.04 from the solid waste fund reserves to offset the rate increase for residential solid waste collection services.
I'll second.
And Sarah?
Thank you. Councilmember Klevstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Aye.
Mayor Romack?
Aye.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. All right, we will move on to our next item, 7.2, delinquent accounts for residential solid waste services.
All right, this should be fairly quick. We have one recommendation. I know I shouldn't say that. No promises. One recommendation here to adopt Resolution 2023-42 that would authorize the Nevada County Auditor Controller to place direct charges on the secured tax roll for collection of delinquent residential solid waste accounts. So our delinquent accounts every year, if they are delinquent for more than 60 days, according to our municipal code, and our franchise agreement with TTSD, we do refer those to the county for collection on property taxes. These delinquent balances are for services that are not direct billed already on the residential property tax roll. So that includes unpaid balances for extra services like extra trash, dumpster orders, or toucan service. Any delinquent balance over $50 would go onto the tax roll, not anything less than that. We have a sort of three-tiered process for notifying delinquent property owners with delinquent balances. They are notified through their billing statement quarterly from TTSD. At that time, with the last bill, we had 532 accounts that were delinquent. TTSD sent a letter notifying those account holders they were delinquent. That number dropped to 245. The town then sent a letter as well to those residents, and those samples of those letters are attached to the council report. As of last week, we had 188 accounts remaining delinquent, and as of this morning, it was down to 160. So that is a significant decrease, and that notification system has been working. The official deadline for payment, we did say is July 1st, but we do work with TTSD to have as much of a grace period as possible, as long as we can meet our deadline for providing this information to the county. So this year, any payments made through July 10th will still be accepted, and we'll be able to remove those accounts from going onto the tax roll. So after that time, on July 10th, on Monday, any accounts that remain delinquent will be referred to the County Auditor Controller for collection. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Pallavi, any questions? Councilmember Klevstad? Councilmember Henderson?
Yes, thank you. So just to confirm, the unpaid balances are only for those extra services, so overage charges would be included in that. Is that correct?
It would, and there are a handful of properties every year that have not yet been placed onto the tax roll for regular collection. We do transfer them, the new accounts, yearly, so there may be a few accounts that were having the regular service billed, residential base rate billed as well through TTSD.
Regular base rate within the delinquent accounts. Is that what you're saying?
It's possible. But generally, that is going to be only for extra services. That would include overages, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie? Are you still there? We might have lost him.
Mayor, I know he was having a battery issue, so we might have had to switch computers, so maybe circle back to him.
I should be back.
Okay. Hello.
Here? Oh, here I am.
Welcome back. Any questions on the item 7.2 delinquent accounts for residential solid waste?
I don't have any.
Okay, thank you. I do not have any questions either, so we will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make a comment?
I'm going to go get an adapter.
Seeing none, we will close public comment. And Councilmember Zabriskie, maybe just make sure you're back on mute. And we'll bring it back up to council for deliberation. Anyone have any additional thoughts, or would someone like to make a motion?
I would actually like to talk through something really quickly, if I might. So I guess I'm a little bit concerned. So we've had this come year over year, right? This is nothing new. And every year it's sort of, yes, like send them to the county and, move on. But given that the unpaid balances include those extra services, which could be those overage charges, and that was actually part of the class action lawsuit, right? Sort of an assertion that overages were just being put on customers without transparency into what those were. I have concerns about saying, yes, we're just going to send these delinquent accounts, given that this situation has sort of changed, and then there are then liens on those properties. So I would love to hear from my fellow council members about how they feel about that, and if there's any way to, I don't know, Aaron, if this is a question for you or for our TTSD team, is there any way to sort of get the data and substantiate that these accounts truly are delinquent, if you will, given what's going on with the class action? And maybe, Aaron, you want to speak to that first?
Sure, I can briefly address that. I think if any customer who has an outstanding balance does need to dispute any of those charges, I would encourage them to reach out to TTSD and talk that through. We did receive about 2 or 3 calls from residents who had questions about that, and from my understanding, they were able to resolve that issue with TTSD. And Kelly can probably speak more to that as well. But
Yes, there were a handful of calls that were routed through Aaron or Melanie, and we were able.
I'm good.
We were able to.
I'm good.
Address
Hey,
and
Louise.
Councilmember Zabriskie, if you want to mute yourself, we can hear you right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kelly.
And we do have, I am working with one resident on, she has a number of charges over a couple year period, and the house is a rental and stuff, and we've been having a dialogue about when the charges occurred and her usage or her understanding of the usage. So that's the only one that is kind of maybe pending a little bit in my mind that may or may not be taken off the list, or she may just pay it. But there's only one that I'm actively working on and have knowledge about that there's a question from the resident. But otherwise, I don't think anyone has communicated any dispute on that 160 list.
Can I ask a question of maybe Andy or, just from what I briefly read of the settlement, it's more to ensure that they provide better service. It didn't sound like there would be money coming back to people. So I guess, I don't know, to your point, Councilmember Henderson, if any of these charges would go away if the settlement is agreed to. So Andy, I don't know if you have any insight to that.
No, your understanding is correct. It's not really a refund from my recollection of the settlement. It's more about better record keeping and better communication with customers going forward.
Thank you. So does that alleviate any of your concerns or thoughts on this, or?
Honestly, it doesn't really, because if we're saying that they need better record keeping and there's been opaque billing practices in the past, then I have concerns like with these accounts, just like how do we actually know that they truly are delinquent accounts? And
something that may give you some better feelings about this. So the people who have a delinquent account have been notified several times that they have a delinquency by TTSD, by our staff. So they have had an opportunity to come forward and be like, I don't think these charges are, accurate. If we put this on the property tax bill and then that's the point that they finally respond to it, we do have a way that we can get them reimbursed. They do have to pay it because once it's on there, then you can't get it off. But what we've done in the past is we've refunded them and then we would work with TTSD to get a reimbursement. So it's not like they're completely SOL if it goes on here and they just for some reason haven't seen 6 months worth of notifications. We can still work with them.
And what was the timing of the communications? I know TTSD sent out one, we sent out one, and I think it's very impressive, by the way, that we got down to 160 from that, what was it, like 588 or so? That's very impressive with just 2 communications. But what was the timing of those? Were they kind of spaced out? Were they really close together? And I'm sort of asking because we all know we've had challenges just with postal service here and delivery of mail due to labor shortages and things like that.
Sure. The first letter from TTS, well, so the billing statement came out, it's processed in April, correct?
Correct. It's processed, like the bill date is March 31st, which is run in the beginning of April and then mailed out mid-April.
Okay. And then TTSD sent their first letter out at the beginning of May. We sent ours out on June 5th. And so they were spaced out quite a bit. And yes, and we continue as in the last week, 28 more accounts have resolved their unpaid balance. So it is an ongoing process, and I would imagine more will continue to do so through July 10th.
And may I add something?
Please.
It's not that the customers weren't notified even prior to their billing invoice, because most of these charges were delinquent, prior to April 1st. And so they've been receiving their quarterly statements prior to that as well. And then we also, obviously we have email statements that's available. We have an online portal that you can go on and just look at your balance. And also tonight, if someone was disputing their charges, they would be able to submit that dispute here this evening as well. So.
And I guess the last thing that would help me just allay some of these concerns, will there be any continued outreach to customers until that July deadline? Like these accounts specifically?
No, not specifically for these accounts.
Are you comfortable moving forward? Would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, so I would. And with all due respect, and I totally understand and respect where you are going with that, Councilmember Henderson. I think there's just a lot of times there's bills missed. Sometimes people aren't paying attention. Sometimes they don't live here and get their mail. There could be a million different reasons. I, too, asked that same question. I do believe in past staff reports. We've had names. I know I personally have contacted like 10 people last year when we did this just because I recognized their names. So that was, one of my suggestions for just sort of like as a last minute emergency, like, hey, your bill's overdue, as a kindness, because most of them aren't watching our agendas or reading page 732 of our staff reports. But at the end of the day, this is our responsibility to move this forward. This is really one of the only remedies for the situation. And I think the longer it gets prolonged, the more expense that gets incurred. So this is sort of the easy way to do it. And at least I've been satisfied with some of the changes, hopefully coming out of the settlement agreement and from TTSD. So I would move on staff's recommendation. I will make a motion to accept staff's recommendation before us tonight. This is the public hearing, and I'm approving resolution 2023-42.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And to Sarah.
We're going to do this 8 more times. Councilmember Closet.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Yes.
Mayor Romack.
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to our next item, 7.3, parcel charges for town special service areas, TSSAs, and permanent road divisions, PRDs.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll lead this. This is what I would refer to as our annual housekeeping on the town special service areas and permanent road divisions. This is something that the council has done every year since incorporation, and it's what the TSSAs and PRDs are. They're basically areas of town that have property tax surcharges that then provide for extra services to be provided in those areas that are above and beyond base town services. Usually, like in Tahoe Donner, it's additional money for trails up there that wouldn't otherwise be available, additional money for road maintenance that allows for a slightly higher level of service, similar out in Glenshire. So the process in order to maintain these TSSAs and PRDs requires that the town council hold a public hearing that provides opportunity for the public to provide comment on it. I will note we reached out to Tahoe Donner and Glenshire, which are the two areas that have these surcharges. Both are the homeowners associations are supportive of continuing them at their current levels for the stated purposes in the staff report. So with that, I will conclude my report, and the recommendation is that the council conduct a public hearing on the TSSAs and PRDs, and then adopt Resolution 2023-26, which sets the assessments for this upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you very much for your brevity on that, Dan. We appreciate that. Any questions? None on that side. Nope. Councilmember Zabriskie, no questions. All right. Excellent report. You covered it all. So with that, we'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who has a comment on this item? If you do, please state your name, and you will have 3 minutes. There's a timer to my left, your right. And thank you very much for coming.
So my name is Benjamin Levine. I am a member of the Tahoe Donner Board of Directors and Vice President of the association. I just want to thank the town for working with the Tahoe Donner Board and our management team to identify these priorities. I think I can safely say that we look forward to continuing to work with the town on these priorities and on other potential options in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your collaboration. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back up to council. Anyone has comments? Shout them out. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Henderson.
I'll make a motion. So we've conducted the public hearing on TSSAs and PRDs, and I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-26, setting assessments for the 2023-2024 fiscal year.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Klovstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Aye.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Thanks very much, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, we will continue on to our next item, 7.5. And maybe after this item, we'll take a break, but we'll get through 7.5. And this is review Pacific Crest Commons affordable housing project change in income level and decline request to reaffirm town low interest loan for the project is the recommended action. Take it away, Hillary.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me just pull this up. All right, there we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This next item is to review the Pacific Crest Commons affordable housing projects change in income level targeting and a recommendation to decline the request to reaffirm the town's low interest loan for this project. And I'll be presenting a brief overview of the project and recommendation, but I also want to recognize we have several folks joining us this evening and available to answer any council questions, including Shellen Rodriguez, who's project manager for the project with the Pacific Company. So thank you, Shellen. I believe we also have Jonathan Heim from the California Department of General Services and Michael Coulomb from California Department of Housing and Community Development on Zoom. And then I think we had Phoebe Bell here. I don't see her now. From Nevada County. And we have Ryan Gruber from Nevada County as well. Did I miss anybody? And Gus Becerra from the Regional Housing Authority. So thank you all for being here this evening. I'm sure that they would be happy to answer any questions as well once we get through the presentation. So thank you all. I want to start by recognizing that given the timing of when we received notification from the developer about the change in the project, staff essentially had one business day to put together a staff report to bring this discussion to council, as this is the last council meeting prior to the August tax credit application deadline. So staff have done our best to respond to the developer's new information since they're up against that August deadline. We also recognize that in an ideal world, we would have had more time to meet with all of the project partners, explore other solutions, and collect as much data as possible to inform this important decision. But we worked with the timing that we had. So starting with a brief overview of the Pacific Crest Commons project. The project's located on 1.7 acres that's commonly known as the old CHP site at the intersection of Donner Pass Road and 89 South. The land is owned by the state of California and is part of the state's excess land program, in which excess property is identified for affordable housing development. The project is planned to include 55 affordable rental units, and because this is state land, the town does not have a formal role in project entitlement. However, staff have been working closely in partnership with the developer and the state throughout the process. The Pacific Companies has a long history of developing and owning affordable housing in Truckee, and that includes Frischman Hollow 1 and 2 projects and Hennis Flats. And the town and developer have worked closely on all of these projects. The Pacific Companies has been a very good partner with the town over the years. As one example, just to highlight, council may recall that in 2020 and 2021, at the town's request, we worked closely with the developer on a creative refinancing of the town's loan for Frischman Hollow 2. And this complex effort allowed the town to refund our prior loan amount to the Frischman Hollow project and replace that amount with home program income funds that otherwise we would not have been able to spend in Truckee. So they helped us out in that situation and worked closely with us throughout that process. By way of project background, the state completed project entitlement in 2021, and since that time, the development team has been working hard to apply multiple rounds and sources of project financing, submitting 12 applications, I believe, and receiving 4 financing awards. In January of 2022, we brought an update on this project to council, and your council approved a $1 million low-interest loan for the project. This type of funding counts as a local match, which is important in the application for other funding sources. Council's funding commitment at that time was based on the project description that was presented to and understood by council at that time, which included the project's income targeting, in which a third of the proposed units were planned to be 80% area median income, or AMI, and we'll get more into exactly what that means in a bit. Now on to recent developments with this project. Earlier this month, the developer received a notice from the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee indicating that the project AMI targeting is too high to meet the threshold requirements for tax credit financing, and the project must reduce its AMI targeting to be eligible. Currently, the average AMI is 58.5%, and it must be reduced to below 50% to be eligible for financing. On June 16th, the Pacific Companies notified the town of its intent to reduce the project AMI targeting so that it could apply for the 9% tax credit funding round in August. And while staff understand that it's the state financing requirements that are driving this proposed change, staff determined that the proposed AMI reduction is a material change to the project that would require council to review its prior funding commitment. So to dive a little bit more into what AMI change means, as council is aware, affordable units are strictly capped by deed restrictions that specify an income limit, or AMI, for the resident household. This AMI is based on the county's area median income and household size. So shown here is the AMI calculations for 2023, and you'll note that for a household size of 1 at 30% AMI, which is considered extremely low income, for example, the household income is $21,900, which is equivalent to $10.95 an hour for a full-time employee, and so on. As council is aware, a particular challenge that we have identified in Truckee is that the cost of living in Truckee is significantly higher than for Nevada County as a whole. We've talked about this multiple times with council. Therefore, local household incomes tend to likewise be significantly higher. This means that our entry-level wage jobs often pay too much for the earner to qualify for most income-restricted affordable housing units, especially those that are capped at extremely and very low income levels. So with that context provided, here's the prior income levels for the Pacific Crest Commons project that council reviewed in 2022, and then the proposed changes in income levels. Of note, the number of 80% AMI units, or the highest income targeted units, has decreased from 18 to 9. The 60% AMI units would increase from 20 to 31. The 50% AMI units would be eliminated, and 30% AMI units would increase 40% from 10 to 14 units. Excuse me. I'd like to note that since the staff report was published, I've spoken with the project manager who's indicated that these numbers could be further adjusted, but it would need to keep the average below 50% to qualify for tax credit. So for example, we could potentially add back in 1 or 2 additional 80% units, but would need to decrease a few of the 60% units to 50 or even 30% to keep the average below 50. So we're essentially looking here at changes to several numbers on a spreadsheet. So why are staff bringing this to council for discussion? Affordable housing AMI is an area where over the past couple of years we've heard a lot of community sensitivity and feedback, which is why we felt like this needed to come to council. In considering this conversation and recommendations to Town Council, staff reflected on the feedback and concerns we've heard over the past 18 months regarding the 4 new affordable housing developments that have opened in our community since 2021. First, we've heard clearly that the region is continuing to experience a housing crisis, so the concern is not about a lack of demand for affordable housing. As previously discussed, we've heard from community members that due to the high cost of living in Truckee, new lower AMI units do not well align with many entry-level wages in our region. Simply put, many low-income employees in our regional workforce often make too much to qualify. Therefore, many of our lower income applicants who already live in the region have been unable to qualify for new units. And there has been a community concern that some of these units are going to new residents moving into the region who may be coming from an area with a lower cost of living where they are able to qualify. To the extent that this concern is what's being experienced in this community, that raises a concern that these units are not helping to address our existing housing crisis among our existing residents and workers. So finally, it should be noted that developments can include a local preference criteria for tenants applying for affordable housing. That's our understanding. But legally, they cannot deed restrict such units so that they have to go to a tenant who already lives or works in the region. That's not an option.
Can you just repeat that one more time specifically?
Staff's understanding is that in the selection of tenants, there could be a local preference criteria. However, that a program could not say it is a requirement that you have, for example, a local address to apply for one of these units. And I'm sure that Shellen will correct me when she makes comment if I'm incorrect on that. And that's the fair housing law. That's not the town or state setting that. Based on these concerns and the community sensitivity we've heard around this issue, the change to reduce the project's AMI targeting and a 50% reduction in the number of 80% AMI units appears to be a pretty significant change from staff's perspective. So staff is recommending that Town Council review the revised AMI targeting for this project. And based on community feedback, we recommend that the town decline Pacific Crest Company's request to provide a $1 million low-interest loan to support this project. That's all I have for a presentation tonight, but as I stated at the beginning, there are many of us here who are happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Hillary. And thank you to everyone else for being here this evening. All right, we will go to questions. Vice Mayor Pallavi, we'll start with you.
Oh, thank you. Does Shellen have anything to add? Are we doing like a project proponent presentation?
So we typically don't, but it's the council's prerogative to ask if she'd like to provide more information.
I would. I'm personally okay with that. I don't know about you guys, but 5 minutes or so max. And do you have something to add? I'm sure you do. Thank you, Shellen. Is that okay, Mayor? It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm seeing every head nod. That's okay. I think that 5 minutes sounds good.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you, Shellen. Thank you. And make sure the mic is on green.
Thank you, Mayor Romack and Vice Mayor. I do appreciate the time, and I will try to keep it brief. But first, Shellen Rodriguez, for the record, I'm the owner's representative for the Pacific Companies. I think that Hillary did a really great job of describing who all is in the room and online, who are members of the development team. I would just add that in addition to Michael Kulam with the Housing and Community Development Department at the state, John Heim, who is with the Department of General Services, it should also be online. So with that said, I want to thank staff. I want to thank the faces that I've seen for many years working in Truckee. I think the Pacific Companies and my company, SMR Development, really value the partnership that we have with the town of Truckee. We value that in ways that we're willing to help in scenarios that are helpful for the community. We'll do that yesterday and we'll do that tomorrow. So I just want to be really clear about that. With that said, and I do appreciate the background and the history that Hillary gave, I don't really think that I have any revisions to that. I would just, the comment that I would make is, in January of 2021, we requested $1 million at a low interest loan in order to better leverage not only Martis Fund money, but state money through the county, through No Place Like Home, as well as state tax credits, as well as HCD funds. And that has worked, although almost, right? That has worked almost. And it wasn't clear to us that that money was contingent on a very specific band of incomes being served. And I'll say that we wouldn't have been amenable to that. Very specific, you must serve X many units, because the regulations are always changing. And we as developers, affordable housing developers in particular, need to have the flexibility with our partners to not only get what the community needs done, but be able to do it in a financially feasible manner. At the same time, I very much understand the challenges that this community and many resort communities around the basin and around the country are having with missing middle, achievable housing, over 80% AMI, in some cases up to 200 and 250% AMI. That is a separate issue than what we are dealing with at Pacific Crest Commons, which was always intended to be a low-income housing tax credit project. I spent about an hour over at Frishman 2 today talking with Crystal, who is the project manager there, and I saw bikes, I saw families, I saw elderly folks, and those are folks who, over 80% of them, moved into Frishman 2 from Truckee. Of the 68 units, 67 of them work in Truckee. One of them commutes to Reno. That family lived in Truckee prior to living in Frishman 2. So although it is true there is a very strong need for 80% and above, there is still an incredible need for folks who are working poor. Now, they might be making $20 an hour or $25 an hour at Safeway. I looked on Indeed.com today. That's what you make as a cashier, full-time. You don't make that full-time all year long. And many folks, because of various, as you guys know, it's a seasonal community, construction workers. I talked to Crystal about where are folks working. They're working at Martis Camp seasonally. Their incomes go up a lot in the summer. Their incomes go down a lot in the shoulder seasons. They're working at the golf courses, they're working for the hospital, and they're working for the school district. They're not your doctors and nurses. They're your cafeteria workers, they're your janitors, or they're your night workers. So that's the reality of the scenario. And the money that we requested is a really critical part of bringing this project to fruition. It will be affordable housing regardless of whether or not Pacific is at the table or whether or not the town is at the table. So I just urge you to stay in the game, if you will, so that you have a stronger voice as to what can be built there and why. You will have a deed, you will have a lien on the property with the way that this loan is kind of the way that a low interest residual receipts loan happens, or is. Why can't I talk? Because I've been up since 3 a.m. That's why. Because the mountain time zone. At any rate, thank you for the time. It's been 4 minutes. I will be happy to stand for questions. I'm sure there's others in the room that can answer some more detailed questions as well.
Thank you very much. Continue on, Vice Mayor Pallavi, if you've got additional questions.
Yeah, I do. I just have a few. And I think just to sort of set the stage, and I'm not going to speak for all of us, but I do think we're all generally on the same page. And I agree with you 100%. We didn't put any stipulations when we talked about this. And I think for all of us up here and for our staff, as we continue to invest so significantly in all of these projects, we're super learning as we go. And we've learned lessons along the way. And I'm not trying to deliberate. I'm just trying to sort of set the stage for some of the questions. And I think many of the concerns that we have. I think that we all super support this project moving forward. I know that I do. I think the main concern is simply how the tenants are placed. To me, that's the absolute only issue. I still support this $1 million. My concern is what tenants are being placed in this property and how we get there. So all of my questions are going to stem from that sort of level of understanding and wanting to get to yes at the end of the day. And I just want to be really clear with the rest of my council members on that. So on Frischman 2, and I don't know if this is for Shellen or for our staff, were their vouchers used in the same way that they were used at the Artist Lofts and or at Coldstream? And what was the difference between how Frischman 2 was financed, and were these just different tax credits used? And I know Gus might be better here too, but Shellen, if you have the answer, please do. I don't know who has the right answer, so you all can duke it out. But what was the difference in how those projects were financed and why vouchers were used in the two projects that we've heard the most about versus, and I'll agree with you, I haven't heard a peep about any of the Frischman, anything you guys have developed, nothing. All smooth, at least as far as I'm concerned. So help me understand that.
So if I may, Vice Mayor, I think that both Ryan and Gus can just wave me off if I'm incorrect. But I think the short answer is times are forever changing in the financing of affordable housing. Frischman 2 used MIP funds, which are not really applicable to a lot of rural communities right now. In as well as tax credits. So although there were not project-based Section 8 vouchers at Frischman 2, there are Section 8 vouchers at Frischman 2 that are attached to the family and not attached to the unit. Artist Lofts has what I think we would call sort of traditional project-based Section 8 vouchers. Importantly, and this is not to throw anyone under the bus, but it's important to understand how projects are managed. And Cambridge Real Estate is the manager of Frischman 2, Frischman 1, Hennis, handful of other, over 350 units in town. The property manager of Artist Lofts does not have other units in town, or at least at the time of lease up. They were not able to pull from their resources and networks of people on wait lists in the same way that Cambridge is able to do in Truckee. The 10 vouchers that are that have been awarded to Pacific Crest Commons will go through the County Health and Human Services. That's why Phoebe was here, and that's why I believe Ryan is here. Those units have supportive services attached to them, and you cannot get, an individual or a family could not get on one of those one of those vouchers unless they go through the supportive service program that the county offers with an office here in Truckee. Artist Lofts did not have that supportive service piece associated with those vouchers. It's a really critical nuance that I think I'm describing correctly. I'm getting 2 thumbs up for those of you online. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and maybe and nod of the head just to clarify that. So they have to be enrolled in the county supportive service program in order to qualify for whatever voucher is applicable to Pacific Crest, which means that, granted, might not be the entire area that you serve through the housing authority, but is at the very minimum the area served by Nevada County Health and Human Services. Is that an accurate statement? You guys should just all come forward so we can make this faster.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Just be ready to answer a couple quick questions.
Well, good evening, Council, and thanks for having us here tonight. Yes, for the 10 units that were referenced, the No Place Like Home funded units, the ones that the county applied for the funding to support, those are county behavioral health clients. They are enrolled in our system, and they would be local people. Nobody that's outside of the county borders would qualify for those units. They are heavily supported. They get visits daily, at least once a day, some often twice a day or more. Generally very stable. We have permanent supportive housing throughout Western County. It's a key strategy in addressing homelessness and just supportive services for people with the complex needs that come with our behavioral health clientele. And as I said, they're generally very stable. I'll draw comparison to a No Place Like Home project we have in Western County, where it's a 42-unit project. 12 of those units are behavioral health permanent supportive units. Those units have been incredibly stable compared to the rest of the units, and that is because of that on-site day in, day out support.
And do housing authority, so and does everybody understand that the housing authority has a wider geographic range? We're all on the same page? Okay, just making sure. So do housing authority residents also fall under that program, or are we specifically speaking about Nevada County and that's why you're up there and not Gus necessarily?
Right, behavioral health is county to county. So Placer County has different clients that are in their behavioral health system. These would be in Nevada County, almost entirely Truckee. It's possible somebody could come from Grass Valley, but in all likelihood, this would be entirely.
And so specifically,
Truckee.
These units are going to be funded through, or the grant is through the No Place Like Home piece of Nevada County.
Correct.
Just Nevada County.
The 10 units.
The 10 units.
Other units, I mean, I would speak to those as well. I think one of the learnings we've had, first of all, kudos to the town for being so proactive in pursuing these housing opportunities. I think, as you said, there's been a lot of learning along the way. Part of the learning that we've had is that it's super critical for us to be at the table, even for the units that aren't ours, because sometimes it is hard to find local people to apply for these units. I think what you're all saying in terms of the local wages, and I think the staff report that that's associated with this item quotes a Mountain Housing Council analysis of housing needs, and there's need in that very low and 30 to 60% space. It's just harder to fill a waiting list in Eastern County than it is in Western County. But we work with these folks. We know where they are. And even if we can't exclude people from out of county, we can make sure that we're lining people up for those units and getting on the wait lists. And I think the situation has improved substantially at Artist Lofts and Coldstream since we've been implementing those strategies.
So that was my next question. You dove right into that one. Can you tell us a little bit about what additional services you've been providing to those housing units? And in addition to that, how would that manifest itself? So I'm assuming, and maybe this is just 2 questions, but so we're changing from, were the original 10, and let me maybe ask this question first. Are the original 30% AMI, the 10 units in the original proposal, those were all No Place Like Home financing units? Yes. Great. So what happens to the 4 that are now going to be added to that? Do they all, can we stipulate that we also want those to be included in the No Place Like Home program more as a, overarching sort of to what Hillary's comments were, like as an overarching qualification, like, and I guess that's part of, the question to you is, is Hillary's statement correct? What types of screening or qualification criteria can we and can't we add, I guess?
Yeah. Vice Mayor Pallavi, it's a good point, and I want to address it in a way that I understand it at this moment. And I think based on the conversations that staff and I had over the last week or few days, we're willing to dive in and dig in to this issue. Our understanding as developers that Pacific Companies has over 3,000 units in construction right now. I mean, we know this business really well. Our understanding when you're using the federal tax credit program is you are required to meet fair housing laws, and because locals are not a protected class, you cannot only rent to locals, period. And you can market in a meaningful way, especially with skilled property managers that understand their communities, and you can incentivize in a meaningful way, especially when you have networks within communities. Arguably, we have those networks, and arguably, our property manager has those networks. That is not always the case when affordable housing comes into communities, and so I am here to say we will dig in as much as we can. We will meet the laws that we are required to meet. The 30%, 50%, 60%, 80% units will be marketed to people in Truckee. I hope that answers your question.
Other than can as part of our loan, without creating a discriminatory practice, add screening or qualification criteria in any way? I mean, that's, I guess, what the very specific question is can there be any qualification criteria or tenancy bonus point, right? Like how does Cambridge decide if we have 204? I mean, we got the wait list numbers there. There's 245. How much? Somebody help me out. You just sent it to us, right? Hillary just sent it. So for a 2-bedroom, you have 335 people on a wait list for a 2-bedroom at 60% AMI or below. Okay, so if that's the number we are working from, and you only have, 11 plus 4 is 15. So we got 15 units. And they're probably not all 2 bedrooms. They're probably like 5 of those are probably 2 bedrooms. So we got 5 units. I guess all we're trying to, or at least all I'm trying to satisfy, I absolutely will not speak for anybody else. All I'm trying to satisfy is that those waitlisted people, hopefully who are existing in Truckee or at the very minimum Nevada County, get a bonus point and get to join the party before maybe somebody else. That's really what I'm asking. And how do we get there? That's all I want to get to. If you can get me there, I can get to yes.
So if I may, Vice Mayor, I would love to say yes. And I will say, I don't know. I know on the voucher units, yes. The 10 voucher units, 100% yes. The wait list is the wait list that Cambridge manages. They will go through that wait list to fill up these units when they're built. They're not going to go to another area's wait list. So I think practically speaking, it's exactly what you say. They go through the wait list that exists today and is likely going to get higher or get greater. So I think practically speaking, the answer is yes. I don't know if it's legal. I don't know if you can do some type of bonus point. I just don't know. Happy to look into it.
Okay. Oh, we got Gus. Thank you.
If I could add, good evening, Council. For the 10 voucher units, as Shellen mentioned, there is a live-work preference where Truckee stands at the top, Nevada County is a tier below. Additionally, there will not be a wait list open to the public for those 10 units because that wait list will be populated only by referrals from the Health and Human Services Department only. So that is a critical distinction from the other voucher programs that you mentioned in the other properties, such as Coldstream, Artist Loft. So that's important to know, that nobody from the public from anywhere in the country can apply for those 10 vouchers. It will only come through Ryan's department.
And I have one last question, I promise. Are there any other financing tax credits available other than this 9% program that I know you guys are so expert at getting normally? Are there other funding sources, that wouldn't necessarily affect change on the AMI levels that were previously agreed upon?
So Vice Mayor Pallavi, yes. I think what's important to understand is this has always been a tax credit project. There's 4% and there's 9%. The 9%, we got disqualified because we were slightly too high. We were averaging just under 60% AMI. The 4% the 4% program is one that definitely benefits lower cost communities. So it's a bummer. Truckee is not that, right? Mountain communities are not that. So you're not in a beneficial competition in the 4% because there's so much gap that's created as you increase your costs. You have to fill that gap. That gap is $3.2 million roughly. That gap, the only source we know where to get it from is California's state affordable housing tax credits. If the town has the $3.2 million to fill that gap that we have been requesting and not getting from the state, we could be at 60% AMI averaging. That's with $1 million plus 3.2. So if there's a source of funds for an additional $3.2 million, we will be at 60% AMI, and we will have a project moving forward as soon as we're able to apply for the bonds and the 4% credits. Otherwise, it's a 9% or going in for the competition on the state credits with the 4%.
Okay. That was going to be my last question, was what was your what's the gap we're trying to fill?
It's confusing, but I hope that answered it.
So it's 3.2 plus the million you've already that you were counting on from us.
Correct. And if you don't mind, Vice Mayor, I do want to point out it's critical for this community. The Martis Fund was one of the first folks committed to this project, financially committed, and their commitment was explicitly leveraging their funds with the town's funds. So if this project loses town funds, it will also lose a portion of the Martis funds. So there's the leveraging gets less and less.
I appreciate the education. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Klofstad.
All my curiosities and more have been satisfied by Vice Mayor Pallavi. Yeah, I had many of the same questions and concerns. I do have some comments when we get to that point.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. So I just want to, because there's a lot here. So the 10 units tied to No Place Like Home, those are the 10 units that would be tied to social services provided through Nevada County, correct? So so we have 55 proposed units. The additional 45 units are not necessarily tied to social services. Is that correct? I'm seeing head shakes, yes. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And I know that, so the Mountain Housing Council study, which was completed, I guess, 2 years ago now, June 2021, it certainly identified a need for units below that 60% AMI, correct, Hillary?
That's correct.
I'm trying to look at the number here. Thank you. That makes it easier. Thank you so much. And then also, of course, that need from 60 to 80, 273 units. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think I'll retain the rest for deliberation. Thank you, Mayor Womack.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie. If you're still with us, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Right, I did take some time to look at job offerings in Truckee, and it certainly reflects the point made about people earning better than 80% AMI needing housing, and there's job opportunities for people who could get a job earning more than 80% AMI. But then I also saw a tremendous number of job offerings that were at less than 60% AMI, 1, 2, and 3 person households on up. I see Save Mart having 10 listings. I didn't see them in the Truckee Job Collective, but on Save Mart's site, it had 10 job listings, and those were $15.75 to $22.50. And then I see I see an ad for caregivers in Truckee can earn up to $15 per hour in Truckee. So is this consistent with staff's understanding that there is a need for labor for people earning less than $20 an hour?
I'll respond to that. I'm not sure who that was directed towards, but staff has no reason to doubt the examples that you are pulling up and we're highlighting. I know that there are some jobs that are paying less than $20 an hour. On average, we are seeing more jobs than, say, Western Nevada County, for example, paying higher rates as starting wages.
Okay. And then on the 17 people from Artists Lofts who moved in from out of town, from back when the town investigated this, it was my understanding those 17 people were filling the quota set up for the project-based vouchers. Is that correct?
Yeah, Councilmember Zerski, I'm pulling that up right now. And I believe it was 19 project-based vouchers is my recollection. Is that what you're referring to?
Are you asking me?
I am. So you asked, there was 19 project-based vouchers for the Artist Lofts.
That's my recollection.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the 17 people identified as having come from out of town, weren't they filling that allocation?
I don't think we had specific detail on who filled which units. We just had the overall 17 people were not from within the region.
Okay.
You could conclude that likely some of them were the 19, but we didn't have that level of detail.
Okay. And actually, Vice Mayor Pallavi pretty much covered the things I wanted to ask, and actually I think I have the answers I was hoping to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Pallavi, for asking good questions. I thought you might have some. And I think we covered this, but I'm just clarifying one last time. So those 10 Nevada County-based vouchers, or, people would have to be in the program, that would be in the 30% AMI and below. So 10 of the 14 of the lowest units are in that program. I think, we covered that, but I just wanted to clarify one last time. Okay. That was my only additional question. All right, so with that, we will open it up to public comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment on this project, you are welcome to come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name. I would welcome anyone, even if you've already spoke, but if you want to utilize your 3 minutes, you are welcome to do that as well. Except Shellen, you already kind of got yours, sorry. So anyone's welcome. Come on up.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to what I already said, and thank you again for having us. I think the last time I was in front of the Truckee Town Council was through Zoom during the pandemic, and it's great to see everybody in person here today. Of course, I'm not going to come here and tell you how you should invest town funds. I just want to come and emphasize that we do feel like there is a need for this level of unit, the low-income units. We recognize also in Western County as in Eastern County that there's also a missing middle problem. And what missing middle means to me is not that housing stock isn't missing at all income levels. It's that there's not public financing for middle income and workforce. And that's, I think, to the earlier point, a separate issue from does this project fill a need in this community. So we're excited to continue working with the town, should the town elect to continue this. And if not, we're excited to continue partnering with the town on homelessness and housing more broadly. I mentioned the permanent supportive housing units have been a longstanding gap in Truckee. I believe we have 94 units in Western County. I don't think we have a single permanent supportive housing unit in Eastern County, and that's largely because of the same issues that we're talking with here. The challenges in the real estate market. Generally, those are single-family homes, 6 units or 6 bedrooms or less, where we're master leasing a home in the Truckee area, getting a home is just so incredibly difficult. They're off the market much faster than a government entity can move. And so this project is a great opportunity with the No Place Like Home grant funding to fill that gap in Truckee and add 10 of those units. As I mentioned, critical resource and strategy across the state, across the country in addressing homelessness, because these are folks that high level of need for case management, folks that are otherwise are at very high likelihood of becoming homeless, or folks that are transitioning out of homelessness and have achieved that stability and treatment where we can support them intensively in their housing. I also just wanted to call out, again, based on our learnings as we've been foraying into affordable housing, there seems to always be like a storming and then norming phase to these projects. So I think that's been the case for Truckee Artist Lofts as we've engaged with our staff and with Truckee PD. I think we've seen the calls for service decreased dramatically there. I think you always have people that aren't going to be successful in their units, and there's a process to move them onto something else. And ultimately, since they're permanent units, they're going to be filled by somebody who has more stability and permanency eventually. And so we've seen that not just with the projects up here, Western County. That's something that I think we need to have manage expectations and make sure people are clear about at the beginning, and making sure we have open lines of communication with the property managers, with the town, and with our service providers is critical in that. And so I'll just end on that. We're committed to helping it be successful, whether it's this project or any other project.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I would like to, focus on one thing in my parting comments as property management. The Pacific Company selected Cambridge for this particular project. If you were to poll my staff who the best property management firm in the 4 counties that we work in, Cambridge would poll towards the top or at the top. Like Shellen said earlier, we're not here to throw any other property owners under the bus and their property management firms, but I can tell you that with good property management, there's a reason why the Vice Mayor said that you haven't heard peep from voucher holders at Frishman Hollow 1, Frishman Hollow 2, Hennis Flats. I have no stake in Cambridge. I don't own any shares there. But they're a fantastic property management firm, and the fact that they continue to go to them is there's a reason. They do really good work, and they know how to weed out the problem tenants that don't follow the leases and damage the property or what have you. They know how to. They're very good at what they do, and so I think here and with your stake, you have a wonderful property management team, a wonderful developer, and they work well together, and we work very well together, and we also don't hear peep from the voucher holders at these properties. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back up for deliberation. Vice Mayor Pallavi, start us off.
Mayor, it feels like there's a hand up on the screen.
Oh, you got somebody. HCD. Yep. Michael Collins.
Oh, go ahead. Michael, I believe, on Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to let me zoom in tonight. My name is Michael Coulomb. I'm a senior manager in HCD's Division of Housing Policy Development. I had the pleasure of meeting just about all of you, I think about a year and a half ago in Truckee to celebrate your progress along with Placer County in really making really strident and incredible gains in developing and meeting your need for low income and moderate income housing. I wanted to take the opportunity to just speak to buttress what others have said this evening in support of the Pacific companies and their request before you today. First, to state that HCD and the Department of General Services selected the Pacific companies, inclusive of their respondent team with Cambridge, based off of their experience and qualifications in your region, specifically in Truckee, not only in terms of working with you and providing meaningful community benefits to you, but also with other practical challenges that come with dealing in the mountains. There aren't a lot of qualified developers who have those qualifications. Secondly, I wanted to state that HCD has also committed, in addition to the No Place Like Home funds to the county, we've committed $5 million in local government matching grants funds to this project to match the town's contributions from the housing authority in terms of vouchers, as well as those No Place Like Home dollars. We have not, in the $55 million worth of funds that we've encumbered thus far through that program, the local government matching grants program, we've yet to encounter a scenario where a local government would rescind their commitment of funds. That is something that we would have to address. This project was our second highest score based on that combination of funds. I'm not sure how we would deal with that, but I wanted to make that apparent for you today. Separately, just because it was mentioned during the, as part of the staff report, I wanted to lay out the changes that you have seen in your region in terms of area median income. When this project was proposed to HCD and DGS in 2020, a low-income four-person household was capped at about $69,000. Today, a low-income household of four in your area makes about $83,000. That's an increase of over 20%. And so that's a matter of only 3 years. This project, were it to apply for tax credits in August, would probably not lease up for another 2.5 years. During that time, if these current rates of increase in rent and income were to proceed as they have over the last couple of years, what is a median income household in your region today will be a low income household tomorrow, and that will be felt even more acutely among the extremely and very low income populations in your area. So I would just say that you are standing at a point where there are low income housing tax credits available.
Michael,
in
that
your
is
region.
that is 3 minutes. So thank you. Thank you very much for that information. All right, we will close public comment now officially, and Vice Mayor Pallavi, bring it back to you.
Thanks, everybody, for all of that. I just two more really quick questions, and if anybody else has any, feel free to jump in. One was, excuse me, Danny, was just actually to you to maybe give us a little bit of color commentary on what you have seen most recently down at the Artist Lofts and Coldstream, and if we've seen some changes to the calls for service and an improvement in some of the wraparound services happening down there, you know, kind of akin to what Gus was describing.
Yeah, I will say that this time last year, we did see an increased calls, and currently right now there's been a decrease. So it seems like community is forming there. The wraparound services that are occurring there are effective, and the management has been great too, especially over at Coldstream Commons. That has been really successful as far as the management really staying on top of it. But from my understanding, the Artist Lofts has an outside agency in Sacramento that comes up for wraparound services.
I see.
And they're there once a week, I think, on Fridays.
Got it.
So that we have seen a decrease in calls overall.
Great, thank you. And then just really quickly back to you guys, is there going to be on-site wraparound services intended for this property or not? Or is it all sort of remote or site visitation or something like that? I guess that wasn't clear, or maybe hasn't been clear.
Ryan Graver, Nevada County Health and Human Services Agency Director. I don't think I said that previously. For the 10 wraparound, or for the 10 behavioral health supported units, the No Place Like Home units, their support would be through local service providers, county staff, and contracted service providers on site several times a day. They don't actually live there.
Do they don't hold offices there specifically necessarily?
They would hold. They would hold or provide services in space on site. Yes,
they do. Okay.
Yeah, they visit every single resident, a lot of times twice a day. And then for the other units, I don't know if there's.
Sure, Shellen. Yeah.
Sure. Shellen Rodriguez again, to answer your question, Vice Mayor. Yeah, the other units, so the 45 units that are not the No Place Like Home units, they have sort of what I would call in the industry like typical social services that are provided weekly, and those are more along the lines of ESL, resume building, housing, financial training, budgeting, that kind of stuff. So I don't know if you would consider those a wraparound, but I do want to point out that those will be, like all of your tax credit projects, those occur. It's a requirement through the program.
And I do recall, I think, when you showed us the project and the site plan, there were meeting spaces, office spaces. That's all sort of contained in the site plan and
That's
the
correct.
building design. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have questions?
Councilmember Henderson?
Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a couple extra. So, Chief, I know you said there's a decrease in calls to Vice Mayor Pahlavi's question, but can you just tell us, like, a decrease from what, or maybe just what is the call volume now, say on like a averaged weekly basis?
I don't have that data with me, but I know that we did run calls for service today at the request of the folks here, and there was a decrease from this time last year to current date, a pretty big decrease.
Sure, thank you. And not to say that one project is the same as another and different management, et cetera. And Jen, this is probably Jen or Hillary, just to confirm, the loan term was 3% with a 55-year term, correct?
Yes, what we had agreed to was a low-interest loan of up to 3%, 55-year term, and repayment is based on residual receipts, which is typical with our loans to affordable housing projects, which means that we may not see any repayment for quite a while.
Many years. Okay, thank you. And I think my last one is, so just on sort of, again, Vice Mayor Pahlavi's point, that we can't obviously put in specific criteria because of the fair housing law for local workers, but it sounds like the 10 of the 55 proposed units would be assured for housing, local, and local defined as the county. Is that correct?
Council member, we can even filter it or even restrict it even more, where tier 1 preference is live, work, town of Truckee. Tier 2 drops to county of Nevada.
Thank you for the clarification.
For the 10 units, yes. For the 10 units, yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Do you need direction from us in order to do that, or is that already baked in?
That's allowed through HUD voucher regulations, yeah.
Right.
Under
We don't have to
project-based
necessarily say that's a contingency.
No, sir.
If anything. It's
No, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions, Councilmember Klofstad or Councilmember Zabriskie? I'm guessing no, unless you pop on soon. All right.
No questions.
All right. Thank you. Vice Mayor Pahlavi.
Yeah, awesome.
Share
Thank
your
you.
thoughts.
Yeah, no, I mean, it would be a shame to delay this project, and at the end of the day, I was very doubtful of how we were going to get there. I was very unaware, so thank you for educating me. I think we've all learned something tonight, or at least I know I have. And I just think there's a different dynamic that Pacific Companies has brought to their projects, and whatever that dynamic is seems to work. It's worked so far. I think we're putting some trust out there. I at least am. So there's some trust. There's going to be hopefully some result that we can look towards and point towards, but that's kind of what we're going on, just so you're all really clear. I think our hands are a little bit tied. Working with them for a long enough time, I think I have that trust. I hope I do. So I think I will be supportive of moving forward with that $1 million, continuing on the plan that we're on. And, everything that I said earlier, I think is just sort of where I am on that one, which is, hey, it's not that we don't want this project. It's not any of those other things. We sort of just got caught a little bit in some unfortunate circumstances that resulted in some poor community outreach, some poor community experience. And I think we're just looking to avoid that and serve the best interests of those in our community at all income levels at the end of the day. It's kind of where I'm at. So it's budgeted. And so I think that's also important. For me, we're not looking at new money, we're looking at existing money, and we're leveraging the heck out of it. So I think I'm there. I'll let you guys chime in.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad?
Ryan, I love your phrase, storming and then norming. I think that's an absolutely perfect description of what we went through. I'm very relieved to hear about the process and the way this will be set up and the services provided and the space allowed for those services to be provided. That all assuages many of my concerns. But in case you haven't realized by now, we had numerous really painful, challenging conversations and community engagement around some of these other projects. And I think our real lessons learned is that we were not doing the best we could to help transition those occupants. But it sounds to me, based on all of our inquiry here, that is really thought through in this project and in this case. And I want to, I guess, just really, if we are going to approve this going forward, which I too am inclined to do, we really need the partnership of all the agencies in this room to make it successful. Because if this one is not successful, the next one will be nearly impossible to support. So all of our futures in terms of creating the workforce housing and sustainable housing for our community rides a lot on whether or not we execute this well. So all of these questions too have been based on, we believe in the Pacific Crest companies. Obviously, we have a very good success rate with you. We believe in our partnership with the county in HUD, and we understand that everybody's best intentions are for the success of this project. But we need to dot the I's and cross the T's and make sure we're executing. And so with that, I also really feel strongly that based on our experiences, given that this site is going to be an affordable housing project, I would much prefer to cross that bridge with the Pacific companies. Given their track record, I think we have the greatest chance of success with that. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Palovate, you had a few more thoughts?
Just super quickly, I mostly because I don't want it to get too far without with us having to go back and forth 8,000 times. I would like to explicitly state that while just mostly for the record, understanding we cannot require anything on this, I do want to explicitly state that we would like a locals preference. We would like the tiered system, that this money is being used with the understanding that there will be a tiered system, there will be a local preference, and I want to make sure that that's clear from the dais at the very least as we move this project forward. And I didn't want it to get too far, just to see if you agree or not agree.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
It's our intention, clearly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all being here tonight. I know it's really complicated, and I think, it was said over here that we're all learning some pieces of this as we go through, these different types of projects. I think it's really, really important that, just to recognize we have a lot of different needs in Truckee, right? We have very low income, we have low income, we have the missing middle, and we also have limited resources and limited staff capacity and time and things like that. And so I really, really want to get to yes on this, and I still have concerns. And those concerns are not about necessarily, this project or the team. It's the concerns related to sort of what the law says we can and can't do. I think we've heard really clearly from our community that they want to see more workforce housing. And these projects have been a learning experience for our entire community. Seeing people who work here who need housing and can't get it here, it's painful. I mean, it hurts, right? And it hurts those people most of all, but it also hurts our community because they can't then be connected in the ways that we want them to. So it creates that, that community consternation and frustration and of course worse. And I don't want to see that for this project. I want to see this project succeed for our community. I have concerns that, our community will not view it as a success if 45 of 55 units end up tied to folks who, aren't in the county, aren't coming from the county. I support affordable housing. I support low income housing and unhoused services and transitional housing. But I feel like our community has been extremely vocal over the past few years around the needs for workforce housing. And I don't know if this is going to satisfy those goals. And I don't know if this is going to sort of align in the way that we've really prioritized workforce housing in our Truckee 2040 general plan. So I think regrettably, I'm supportive of staff's recommendation at this point. And again, it's nothing about, not trusting this team. You guys have had an amazing track record here in Truckee. But it really is my concern that our community will not view it as a success if 45 of those 55 units, are not for local workforce, do not end up being for, our janitors or our office assistants or things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
I realized that staff had little time to absorb the change, and I very much appreciate the attendance of the county and state officials and the representatives for Pacific Crest Commons, because I really think we needed you to clear up maybe some of the misconceptions some of us had, and I don't know that staff had the benefit of your assistance in making their recommendation. I certainly realize, and we all realize, that the demand for housing covers the income spectrum, and this project addresses that demand, but at the lowest range of that income spectrum. I even like the supportive housing, just the 10 units, that helps get people off the street or helps keep them from ending up on the street. And that is one of the major concerns of our community that would be addressed by this project. I think we have to appreciate the difference between perception and reality. Many of the people that express concerns we're operating off of perceptions rather than reality. I don't see where people living in artist lofts now or in Coldstream Commons are necessarily out of work, just living off the dole, not working. We didn't get the data one way or the other, but I'm assuming those people are by and large working. They are part of our workforce. In terms of local preference, I agree we would like to see local preference as much as the law allows. That said, we have people who left Truckee who couldn't, because they couldn't afford to live here. This might allow them to return home. So I want to be careful about how we characterize and classify people as local or people coming from somewhere else. And finally, we're supposed to be an inclusive community. So that means we're going to include people who are the most vulnerable among us, who have the lowest income, who have disabilities, who are only able to work part-time, who might be single mothers with a child that cannot work full-time, and they deserve to have a place to live here as well. And I see this project as providing them with potential housing. And of course, this project is not going to satisfy the demand. The claim that these projects, that artist lofts did not satisfy our workforce demand is true, but none of them will. But together, they improve conditions for all of us. So you can see where I'm going. I'm ready to approve the project.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I wish we were approving a project. We're just approving funding, just to clarify, but it would be exciting if the project was just moving forward. I really appreciate all my fellow council members' comments, and Councilmember Zabriskie, yours about inclusivity, because I think that's something that I was thinking a lot about with this item. We have lots of needs in this community, and we have lots of different types of people that want to live here and work here and already work here and maybe want to live here and, trying to meet the needs of our community. And, I think also Truckee Artist Lofts, I know we're not talking about that project today, but it's a project we've heard a lot from the community. There have been challenges. We're learning from it. But the article that came out a few weeks ago in Moonshine Inc., it was so sad to read that there was a mother who was ashamed to tell people that she lived there. And so I think we also need to remember that, we have community members that are very low income and they are going to live in places like this, and they're going to be so excited that there's going to be 55 more units available to raise their children. And so we constantly need to learn and make our projects better. And I appreciate, the team effort that we heard from today, again, to approve upon that. But I think, again, I'm in support of the funding continuing because we need this. Mountain Housing Council, I think in the staff report showed, there was more than 700 units still needed at 80% or below. Your wait list that you showed, hundreds of people still need. So I agree, if there is a preference, that can be made within state law for local folks that work here, do that. But I think, we need to move forward with additional housing in our community. So with that, I think I heard 4 clear yeses. There was someone that, you weren't sure if you could get to yes. Has any of our conversation evolved that at all? Or do you feel there is any other information or data that could get you to yes? Or should we just move forward with the vote?
No, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Romack. I absolutely agree from, sort of that perspective. We've talked a lot about diversity in our community and wanting to ensure that, everyone has a home, right? Like everyone has a place to call home. I think that that's incredibly, incredibly important. I think the conflict for me is not that at all. I believe strongly in providing these types of services. I think the challenge for me is that we're only providing these types of services for 10 of 55 units. And that is a conflict for me, quite frankly. And it's a conflict with what we have all been hearing from our community. So I think I'm not going to be able to quite get to yes as much as I want to from that diversity and inclusivity perspective, from providing housing for everyone. I am there, but we're not doing it for all of these units. And that's why I'm not there. That's the only reason why.
Thank you. All right. With that, I would welcome a motion, unless anyone has any other discussion they would like to have.
I'll move that we continue on the course that's been set and continue with the allocation of $1 million. I think that's all we're doing, right? That's all you need.
Second.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Klubstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That passes 4-1. Appreciate the conversation. All right, with that, we are going to take a break now before we move on. We'll say 15 minutes, 7:32. We'll be back-ish. 6, introduction of ordinance amending single-use foodware reduction requirements.
Thank you, Mayor. To start off, I want to introduce Lucy Doherty, our Law and Policy intern. She joined us in May and has been splitting her time between Keep Truckee Green and the Town Attorney's Office. She has a BA in Legal Studies and spent a year in Austin, Texas, working for the Legal Investigations team at Google. She spent the last 3 years ski patrolling at North Star, where she became passionate about protecting our lands and decided to pursue a career in environmental law. In her free time, she enjoys rock climbing and hanging out with her dog, Rex, who has also been a very welcome addition to our office here. She's with us for only a couple more weeks before leaving to start law school at UC Berkeley. So I will hand it off to Lucy to get us started with the presentation.
Thank you for the introduction, Erin. So I will be proposing our proposed amendments to Chapter 6.04 of the Truckee Municipal Code. This was codified by Ordinance 2022-09 regarding single-use foodware and food packaging. So for some brief background, Keep Truckee Green first presented single-use foodware policy recommendations to Council in February 2020. On October 25th of 2022, the ordinance had its first reading, and it was passed shortly thereafter on November 8th of last year. The Chapter 6.04 has 4 significant mandates. The first is a ban on styrofoam, which has already gone into effect. The second is a requirement that food vendors with on-premise dining must provide reusable foodware for dining in. The third is a 25-cent fee to be charged for disposable takeout containers and cups, and this fee will be retained by the businesses. And the fourth requirement is that food vendors must only provide single-use foodware accessories upon a customer's request. So all of the amendments that we are proposing tonight relate to this third component of the chapter, the 25-cent fee. And for some brief context before we dive into the proposed amendments, through outreach to businesses after the ordinance's adoption, town staff identified situations where the fee, as written, could have certain ambiguities or unintended consequences. And as such, we are suggesting amendments that will clarify the items and situations to which the 25-cent fee will apply. So the proposed amendments would exempt the fee from applying to the following 4 categories of items: prepackaged food and bulk disposables, certain categories of dine-in foodware, certain hotel food services, and grab-and-go food. This first category includes prepackaged food and bulk disposables. The first set of items, prepackaged foods, are those which are packaged outside of Truckee. So this is going to be a lot of items in a grocery store, such as a can of beans, a box of granola bars, etc. And the second set of items are bulk packages of disposable takeout containers and cups. And currently the fee as written would apply to every single item within these bulk packages. So for example, a pack of 50 disposable cups would incur a roughly $12 charge. And we recommend exempting these items because they were not originally brought up in stakeholder meetings or the working group, and we do not believe that it was intended for the fee to apply to them. The second category of items include certain dine-in foodware. So first, we recommend exempting disposable cups for leftover dine-in beverages because disposable takeout containers for leftover food are already exempt. We recommend exempting these for the same purpose, which is to prevent the unintended consequence of food waste. The second amendment we are proposing is just to clarify that the fee will not apply to the items listed under Bullet 2. This amendment will not change any existing ordinance requirements. It's just simply for clarification. The third category of items we recommend exempting from the 25-cent fee includes certain hotel food services in which implementation of the fee would be infeasible. Specifically, this is going to include self-serve breakfast buffets and in-room cups. So for some context, town staff has clarified to hotels that they must abide by the reusable requirement for dine-in. In addition to reusables, we have also clarified that hotels may provide a small supply of disposable takeout containers and cups to guests because many hotel guests do take food and beverages off the premises. And through these conversations with hotels, we've become aware of the unique difficulties that they do face with implementing the fee for disposables, specifically in self-serve hotel settings in which customers neither place an order directly for food nor are charged directly for food. As a result, we recommend exempting only these specific situations in which the implementation of the fee would be infeasible. So grab and go is the final category of items we recommend exempting from the 25-cent fee. Before we go into the reasoning behind this proposed exemption, we want to really emphasize that we absolutely agree with the goal of the 25-cent fee, which is to reduce waste and emission from disposable packaging. However, at this time, we believe that charging the fee for grab and go would actually be counterproductive towards this goal. So as we've gotten into the details of how implementation of the fee would work and which items would elicit the fee, we've come across the following concerns. First, keeping in mind the previously mentioned amendment exempting prepackaged foods from the fee, it would be very difficult for any person to differentiate between which foods would and would not elicit the fee. The picture to the right on this slide provides a good example of this. At first glance, all of these items appear to be grab and go because of the Rayleigh's branding. However, it's very difficult to actually tell which are packaged on-site and are grab and go and would have the fee versus which are packaged at a different Rayleigh's outside of Truckee and would thus be considered prepackaged and be exempt from the fee. And then the third and related point is that grab and go food is still prepackaged in the eyes of a customer insofar as they don't have the ability to provide a reusable container to avoid the fee. So, of two practically identical items, such as the salsas on the slide to the right, only one would have the fee. As a result, if the fee for grab and go creates any behavior change on the customer's end, it is not likely to be a switch away from grab and go altogether, but rather a switch to purchasing prepackaged imported food rather than locally packaged food, since the imported food would not have the fee. This would disadvantage local businesses and harm the environment through an increase in the packaging and transportation of imported foods. So for customers, we just covered that if the fee creates any behavior change, it might be a negative one. On the other hand, let's look at how the fee would incentivize a change in the behavior of businesses. Since businesses retain the 25-cent fee, implementing a fee for grab and go might incentivize food vendors to sell more grab and go food in disposable containers rather than offering made-to-order food that can be placed into reusable containers. Businesses that rely on grab and go for revenue also don't currently have a model for using reusable containers to package these items. So for the fee on grab and go to effectively encourage businesses to switch to reusables, Truckee would need a more robust reusable takeout container return system to provide businesses with a more sustainable way to retain their revenue from grab and go. So on both ends of the interaction with grab and go food, there is no real incentive or reasonable opportunity for a switch to reusables. The fee would make food more expensive without creating any real opportunity for the desired behavior change in customers or businesses. While we don't have the infrastructure necessarily to make a fee for grab and go effective at reducing waste yet, here's how we think we can accomplish that goal in the future. Accept the proposed amendment exempting grab and go for the time being, continue to research options for a more robust reusable takeout container return program, and once such a program is in place in Truckee, consider amending the ordinance again to remove the grab and go exemption. Moving away from grab and go for a second, the last amendment we are proposing is not an exemption, but rather just an addition meant to educate customers about the goal of the ordinance. As written, the ordinance already will require vendors to inform customers about the 25-cent fee. Staff recommends adding the language in this slide so that customers are aware of the option to avoid the charge and are more likely, as a result, to change their behavior and provide reusable containers. So just to summarize our proposed amendments, we are proposing exempting the 25-cent fee from applying to prepackaged foods, bulk packages of disposables, certain dine-in foodware items, certain hotel food services, and grab-and-go items. And we are also proposing an amendment for the purpose of customer education. We recommend that Council introduce Ordinance 2023-06, amending Chapter 6.04 of the Truckee Municipal Code regarding foodware and food packaging, and find the adoption of the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, 15307, and 15308. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great first presentation, Lucy.
Thanks.
I'm sure we'll have a job for you when you graduate from law school. Come on back. All right, questions first. Councilmember Henderson.
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Klofstad? And none from Vice Mayor. Councilmember Zabriskie, any questions?
No questions.
All right.
Good presentation.
I do not have any questions either, so thank you. We will open it up to the public. Are there any members of the public who would like to make a comment on this item? If so, you're welcome to come on up to the podium. Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back up here. Councilmember Henderson.
I'll just say thank you so much for the amendments. I mean, this is sort of the challenge of like you create a policy and you go to implementation and you're like, oh my gosh, there's all of these other little pieces that are really, really detailed and really difficult to finesse. And I think you've done a really good job in, the ordinance language and moving us forward. And it's going to be like many of our programs. It's continuous improvement and learning as we go as well and responding to what we're learning. So thank you. And I'm in support. And go Bears.
Any other thoughts that people want to share, or if anyone wants to jump in with any motion, they would be welcome to do that too.
Yeah, Lucy, I too want to just applaud you. Very well done. And I also particularly like the feedback loop that you shared, recognizing that we have some more research to do, hopefully some a future and a reusable program that we can implement. So thank you very much for including that in the presentation and giving people like me hope that I won't see shelves full of plastic containers in our grocery stores forever.
Councilmember Zabriskie, any thoughts?
No thoughts.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll leave it to the other council members.
All right.
I will make a motion.
All right, go for it.
I move that we introduce ordinance 2023-06, amending chapter 6.04 of the Truckee Municipal Code regarding foodware and food packaging, and that we find the adoption of the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3 and 15307 and 15308.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you. Councilmember Klipstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
Just want to say thanks to Lucy, first presentation, and it will be her last, and she's only with us for a few more weeks, but wish you all the best on your journey in law school.
Thank you.
Although we have informally offered her a job for next summer if she feels like coming back. Lucy's been crushing it.
Thank you. All right, on to item 7.7, public hearing, closing community development block grant, standard agreement 20-CDBG-C-V-00096.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This next item is to close out a community development block grant program that was in response to COVID. Through this program, we offered business assistance forgivable loans to businesses that were able to demonstrate that they retained jobs during the 3-month performance period. We issued 4 forgivable loans during that period. All 4 have now been forgiven, and we have reached the end of the grant cycle. So we have been asked by HCD to close out the CDBG program. So with that, our recommended action is to open a public hearing and accept comments regarding the program and close out the program.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Any questions? Nope. All right, we will open the public hearing and invite anyone to make a public comment who would like to make a comment on this item. Seeing none, we will close public comment and we will bring it back up to the dais for any comments or if anyone would like to make a motion on the recommended action.
Program well done, well served, and I move that we close it.
I second that.
Sarah, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Klipstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Great PowerPoint you put together for us. All right. 7.8. This is a public hearing to consider 2023 Development Code update, Ordinance 2023-05 on telecommunication facilities, bike shares, and cleanup amendments, and Resolution 2023-31 wireless communication facility permit fee.
All right, good evening, Council. We have a few topics for you to review tonight for the Development Code amendments. Two discussion topics, which are the telecommunications facilities and bike shares, and then a list of cleanup items. So we'll go through these pretty quickly since I know it's getting late. So for telecommunications facilities, these are updates that we're proposing essentially to make sure that we're in compliance with state and federal law. We have not made any substantial changes to our telecom standards, really ever. So we worked with a consultant to come up with some revisions that would bring us into compliance. One of the things that we're proposing is to come up with two different permit types for large or small facilities. And that's to reflect some different requirements with the shot clocks, and then areas where we have discretion and areas where we don't for these types of facilities. So we basically replaced the entire previous telecommunications section with a whole new section. I thought that was easier than trying to amend what we had. And then there's some associated amendments throughout the code to comply with that. So our recommendation on that is to approve the proposed amendments for the telecommunications facilities. The next discussion topic is bike shares. This is something that we're proposing as a new use. This came out of some council goals for multimodal mobility, mode shift programs. So we're defining it as a town-sponsored program that provides electric bicycles for public use. There's docking stations, electric bikes, and then an associated maintenance and storage yard. And we would allow those on private property in locations throughout the town and also in the right-of-way. And the facilities that are in the right-of-way would actually be approved through the engineering division with an encroachment permit. So we are proposing to allow them in all zoning districts except for a couple of residential zones, the rural residential and single family, and then the public facilities zone is where the bike maintenance facility would be located. So we're proposing to add a new section to the code for that, and then make some changes throughout the code to the allowed use tables and definitions. Our recommendation is to approve those amendments related to the bike shares. And then we have this whole list of cleanup amendments. I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm just going to focus on the areas where the commission and staff recommended some changes to original recommendations, and then we can touch on any other items that you want to talk about. So the first two were the parking section and exterior lighting. There were a couple of minor text edits that the commission requested just for clarification. In the parking and loading section, they wanted us to define the Americans with Disabilities Act and add some additional clarifications on parking exemptions under state law. Under the sign chapter, we had recommended allowing a 15 square foot sign in temporary construction project staging areas. The commission wanted to increase that to 20 square feet. And then in terms of the allowed materials for signs, there was an existing list of examples that they thought that we should remove and just defer to staff to determine if the signs met the sign code standards. Under temporary uses, the commission wanted to allow a maximum sign area of 20 square feet for temporary staging areas. And then there was a staff edit under the zoning clearance chapter. Inadvertently, we made some edits to the zoning verification section, which wasn't our intent. So we removed those. And then lastly, under the definitions, under the kitchen and cooking facilities, the commission requested that we not add a maximum drain size for sinks, and then remove a reference to the amount of other counters and cabinets that are allowed in the proximity of a sink, which we had rearranged some language there, and they thought that that was kind of redundant. And then under the mobile billboard definition, they wanted to specify that that would apply to motorized and non-motorized vehicles. So our recommendation is to introduce ordinance 2023-05 and waive the first reading. That would approve the 2023 Development Code amendments with the proposed modifications and determine the amendments exempt from CEQA pursuant to those sections. And then additionally, as part of this, we're recommending a fee schedule amendment that would put in place some new fees for the wireless communication facility permits. The minor permit would be similar to a zoning clearance because we would be reviewing that at the staff level, and then the major permit would go to the zoning administrator. So we're proposing a fee that's similar to those types of review applications. So our recommendation on that is to adopt Resolution 2023-31 to approve the modifications to the fee schedule and add processing fees for the wireless communication facility permits. I did originally have some additional slides on the other things that Planning Commission reviewed that they didn't have any comments on. So if you want to pull any other topics up, I could do that.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councilmember Zabriskie, any questions?
No, thank you. My question was answered in the written questions and answers.
Anyone else? Councilmember Klofstad?
I am curious if you could illuminate why 20 square feet was important construction signs versus the staff's recommended 15 square feet.
So when we talked about what an appropriate size sign was, we thought 15 square feet seemed pretty large, but the commission thought that 20 square feet was better. So that was their recommendation.
So I watched the meeting. I was trying to understand what the reasoning was behind that. I was hoping that you would have a little bit more on that level of detail. But
I think they had concern that maybe there would be situations where a contractor would need a larger sign for people to be able to find the staging area potentially.
What is it now?
So we don't currently have a sign allowance for those temporary staging yards.
Mm-hmm. Well, that I think, in some feedback that maybe illuminates. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. No further questions. We will open up public comment. If any member of the public would like to make a comment, I'm seeing none. So we will close public comment. Bring it back up here. Councilmember Klofstad, do you want to start off with thoughts since you were the only one with a question?
I am fully supportive of moving this forward. These are very appropriate cleanup measures, and I really appreciate the detail in developing the bike share program and much more robust telecommunications. My only concern is the 20 square feet over 15. I don't know that it's necessary. I don't know that it's not necessary. I would just wish I had better understanding.
Councilmember Zabriskie, I saw you nodding your head.
I just agree with Councilmember Klofstad. When one number changes to another, it's always nice to know if there's a reason or if it's just complete whimsy. Which reminds me, sometime I'm hoping someone will explain to me what the Tahoe Go Slow signs, what their history is. Maybe not here tonight, but some other time.
I can follow up with you later.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pallavi, I mean, I guess we kind of have to, I'm guessing everybody is in agreement with staff's recommendation. If there's any concern about increasing the sign.
I don't care. I was going to defer to the Planning Commission on this one. Harkening back to good old Planning Commission days, they spend hours debating this stuff. And at this point, I'm in general agreement with most of them. And I wouldn't have a reason to go back to 15 over 20, so I wouldn't be a very productive conversation. So I'm happy to take the recommendation as it is presented.
Same from Councilmember Henderson. I would agree as well. Do you want to go ahead and
sure.
make some motions?
Yeah. Do we have one? What are we doing? We're introducing ordinance 2023-05. We're waiving the first reading, approving 2023 development code amendments and determining the amendments to be exempt from CEQA, and also adopting the new fee schedule for wireless facilities, and adopting resolution. That was it. Yes. 2023-31. Thank you, Laura.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Klobstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallaby?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Sorry, and Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate all of that on the screen. All right. Up next, item 7.9, Town of Truckee Fiscal Year 23-24 Operating and Capital Improvement Budget. I'm guessing that's Nikki. We're going.
Madam Mayor and council members, we're excited to present the annual operating budget and 5-year capital improvement. Now we're excited to present the fiscal year 2023-24 budget for adoption. Just a reminder on our process, we started on January 26th with the council priority setting. The process has been ongoing since then and is culminating in the proposed budget, which is presented to council tonight for adoption. And for if we have any active listeners who are interested in the budget, a good place to start is the letter from the town manager. And the letter includes assumptions used in the budget, particularly assumptions related to CalPERS costs and revenues, challenges that the town is facing, funding for projects and priorities, and other items of interest. And that's located on pages 1-2 through 1-11 of the budget. A quick overview of what's in the budget: $46.6 million of operating expenses, about 157 full-time equivalent employees. That's with 2 full-time ads. A balanced budget, so our revenues exceed our expenses, not the other way around. We have 40% contingency saving in our general fund, and all of our basic services are provided for at the same or enhanced levels from prior years. So that's fantastic work. Great job. So what does the $46.6 million in operating expenses provide for? A lot. I'm not going to name them all, but there's a fancy picture for each division. We have a lot going on. In our 5-year capital improvement plan, we have $41.8 million in funded projects for fiscal year 23-24. And that's 54 projects. Over the 5-year horizon, we have $36.6 million projected in general fund funding and $18.5 million in general fund designation funding, for a total of 92 projects and a total of $178.8 million funded. So that's incredible. We did make a few changes from the June 13th, 2023 workshop. I'm not going to list these out individually, but if you guys have questions, I can pause. Seeing no questions. With that, I will present council with the recommendation, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Great cartoon, accountants assemble on that was good. Any questions? I know we talked about this at our last meeting quite a bit. Any additional questions? Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yeah. The letter and the discussion with Jen really helped answer the many questions I had from the last meeting. One question I didn't ask is, what's the intern compensation? they receive a monthly stipend, or how does it work?
They are paid in range 5 of our wage matrix, and I believe that goes from like $19.48 to $26, and they're made an offer based on their experience with a specific job that they're doing. For somebody who maybe has been on council and is now coming back to intern for us, they're usually paid higher on that range than maybe somebody who's just finished their first year of college. So we kind of allow the manager to make that call.
Okay. And then is that a 40-hour work week?
It depends. They can work up to, we generally have a limit of 1,000 hours. At 1,000 hours, they have to be entered into CalPERS. So it just kind of depends on the needs of the department. If they're only going to be here for the summer, is this their only commitment? We're very flexible. We really try and work with them and the departments.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. We will now open up public comment. If anyone in the room would like to make any public comments on our budget, seeing none, we will close public comment. Bring it back up for discussion. Councilmember Klovstad, go for it.
So I am very impressed with this budget. And the fact that we got through it as quickly as we did last time too. And I really want to thank my fellow council members for the unanimous support. Paul V, hopefully you got a chance to understand what we talked about in terms of developing a designation fund for climate adaptation. After reviewing the great introduction that was added to the budget, my heart sank. It became clear to me that we were looking historically at a policy that would generate some pretty consistent funds, not every year, but often enough that we could plan some projects around them. It looks like that trend could reverse in the near future. And so I just want to plant the seed with my fellow council members that supported this concept policy that will be brought to us at some point in the fall, that I've asked council I've asked staff when they bring that back to us that they do some projections out into the future. We have seen what we think it would have generated in the past, so we need to look into the future. And that if it is not going to yield any benefits to that funding designation, to consider that maybe at that point we'll need to consider some other options, because I believe very strongly that climate adaptation designation needs to be, as it sits very proudly on our wall, also proudly very funded, so that we can continue to support that in a sustainable manner in the future. So no action tonight. I'm really just planting a seed for this future policy discussion that's going to come back to us. I'm hopeful that it would still yield some funding, and it's still a good path forward, but I'm not so sure at this point.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yeah, I did miss the last meeting. I apologize. I did watch you all at 1.75 speed, much more easier to digest. It was great. And, I did listen to the conversation, and I do, what really struck me is a little bit of sort of that balance and that give and take, and sort of the history of how we budgeted and what we in particular are used to, because that's sort of how we budgeted in the past.
Throw some money in a pot.
Yeah, throw some money in a pot and we'll see what we do with it later. Whoa, okay. Right. And I think, our new staff has slowly, not necessarily been moving us away from that, maybe consciously, maybe not. But I recognize that we're building programs and work plans and budgets and CIP projects around a more sustainable way of sort of creating those budgets to some extent. So I look forward to that conversation, and I will reflect on it and sort of see how that all comes out. But I do think, maybe we don't need to necessarily do it like that. We need to just look 5 and 10 years down the road and make sure that we're planning for the projects and the policies and the implementation, that we really want to see down the road, and making sure that the revenue is going to be there. But yeah, I don't have an opinion one way or the other right now. I guess it is going to come back to us, so that'll be great. I'm very, very impressed with this budget. I had nightmares, actually. I was like, I don't know how they're going to do this. So really good job. Really great intro letter and synopsis. And yeah, I appreciate it. And I look forward to a successful year of accomplishing both the work plan on our next agenda item and really seeing this budget through and seeing some of the good stuff that's going to come out of it. So yeah, good job.
Councilmember Henderson?
No, I mean, I think I'll also looking forward to that conversation. I do want to see, if we're putting, designations together, that they're yielding what we want them to yield so that we can enact those different programs in the future. But overall, just very, very happy with this budget. We've not been through this many times, and I was really impressed that we got through it in the time that we did last time around. I think I asked a ton of questions last time, so I feel really, really comfortable with where we landed.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
I agree with what the other council members said. All three of them. I appreciate the reference to the examples of what we mean by conservative costing, the conservative view on expenditures, and I think this is going to be a relatively wealthy year for us, for lack of a better term, that we're going to see harder times in 5 to 10 years. And we do need to start having long-term discussions about how things are going to be when we're more constrained by our finances. I think sustainability and housing are likely going to be competing for much of the same money. And I think it's good to start talking about how we can maximize the benefits we receive by integrating those two goals in a better fashion. So my concern's about the long term. For now, I think this budget's fine. I really appreciate the town manager's letter and everyone's effort, both on the council and on the staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. And yeah, I will echo what they all said. Great job, Jen, Nikki, and everyone else. I know this is maybe a thing that doesn't get a lot of public attention or excitement, but it's the most important thing we do if we don't have a budget. So
only $90 million this year. So
right. So really appreciate everything you guys have put into this. So with that, would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we approve Resolution 2023-48 to adopt the Town of Truckee operating budget and capital budget for fiscal year 2023-24, including proposed personnel changes, and adopt the estimated actuals for fiscal year 2022-23 capital improvement projects as amended budget amounts.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Klubstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thanks.
That passes unanimously. We can continue to operate. All right. We have one more discussion item on our agenda, and that is 710, approval of the fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 24-25 strategic work plan.
Great, thank you. Accountants Assemble, I think we need to print that up and put it up in the finance admin services area. And also just want to give a big shout out. I did this last time, but to Nikki and her team, they stepped in when we extended the general plan and really completed the budget and brought it to fruition. So thank you, Nikki. Good job on that. So the work plan, you will notice on this front slide, we have rephrased this to be strategic focus areas. That was very intentional. There's a lot of conversation about core services and what we do for core services versus these focus areas. And in a lot of ways, when we step back and look at each of these, most of them have kind of woven into core services. Some of that is being driven by the state with mandates for sustainability and GHG reductions, mandates for housing, and then, safety for our community with emergency preparedness. We really wanted to try to reshift how we think of these and really think of this as a strategic work plan for the town for the next 2 years. So my plan tonight, I also think that we should have really heavy council agendas because you guys got through that really well tonight. So I have a pretty...
We're not done yet. Don't jinx us.
I have a pretty short presentation. We can go into any detail that you want. But since you did see a lot of the detail on this in March, I'm really just focusing on the changes that we've made since then. So again, you have your graphic, and you had asked for a circular graphic to resemble that no one focus area was of higher priority than any other. So with approval of this tonight, we'll get these printed and on the wall, so you'll have them for the start of the fiscal year. And a quick reminder, this work plan really helps to set expectations for council, expectations for staff and our community. It helps with the bike rack and kind of knowing what's next in the queue and what we might be focusing on next if there's capacity, and is a pretty great visual representation of all the work and effort that the council and the staff are moving forward for the community. You have your 5 focus areas: infrastructure, emergency preparedness, workforce housing, environmental sustainability, communication, and public outreach. And within those focus areas, you have a number of different goals and action items to move those goals forward. For the priority on key infrastructure and community connectivity, there was one change that we encompassed in here, in addition to a number of updates. Most notably, every priority area, we were able to check off the general plan adoption. So that is now complete and we'll be moving forward. But goal 6 was rephrased to capture your direction to have the river corridor be the focus versus just West River Street. For emergency preparedness, there was no changes. There were some updates to some of the action items. No changes in workforce housing. Again, just updates. There was a couple changes in our environmental sustainability focus area. Under the goal number 2, preservation of Donner Lake, it was asked that we add a 4th of July impact reduction plans. So we have done that. And under goal 4, we added the biological and water resource mapping. That was direction that came out of the general plan discussion, as well as the previous conversation we had 2 weeks ago about an ongoing funding source for environmental sustainability initiatives. We had no additional changes to communication and public outreach. And then we did have a couple of changes in the bike rack area. For housing, there was a previous council comment made, I believe it was in March, but in the recent months, to add unhoused shelter services and senior housing to the bike rack. So we have added those into the bike rack. We can take them out if that's the council's desire, but did want to remind you of that conversation. Also a reminder that we do consider the bike repair stations complete. We've installed some bike repair stations, and we are installing a few more here at Town Hall and out at the Courtyard. So in your next visit with this work plan, that would be removed. And then we also have removed the wayfinding welcome signs per your previous discussion. We added the designation as a pollinator city, bee city, per our previous council discussion. And then we are still recommending removal of the park and recreation efficiency and consolidation discussion. There is not interest at the board level of the park and recreation district to pursue this. It would be a substantial lift. We just don't know that it's serving a lot of purpose to be in the bike rack right now, given that there's little interest. We haven't made any changes to the other significant priority areas that we will be working on. And so with that, like I said, pretty brief. I told the team I'd be 10 minutes or less. I think I met that. Nobody had to give me a little nudge. So we can go through any other details that you would like, or if you would like to move forward with approval. And then just as a reminder, since we did get a little off cycle with the work plan, we don't plan to come back until fall with the first quarterly update. And that'll be what's in there already, and then any new updates since probably March was when the last time you had a real update.
Thank you very much, Jen. Questions? Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, in light of that recent county grand jury report, does staff see any reason to make any change in the provision on the new provision for Donner Lake or not?
So we will be responding to the grand jury report. We have 90 days, so that's September. If we needed to make any changes, we could bring that back with the first quarterly update. Like our initial reading of the grand jury report and thought is it really references working with the DIPS, which we recognize in the budget and the work plan.
Yeah, okay. And then on the bee pollinator business, are we talking about native bees, the bumblebees, Bombillus occidentalis, in all of its varieties and subspecies?
No, we're talking about all of the bees and not the bumblebees, as a matter of fact. And I will have the T third graders reach out to you and provide you with a full presentation so you can be clear for the next time we bring this up.
Okay.
But it's not the bumblebees. It's the other bees.
Okay. We're fortunate to have a bee expert who's done a lot of work in meadowland pollination, both bird and insects, and we should double check. Vice Mayor, let's ask him specifically about Bombillus occidentalis.
That's why it's in the bike rack too. We can just come back to this topic should we need to, and if it ever comes off the bike rack.
I think at a future point when we were to place that in the work plan, it would be great to get clarification as to which bees we are referring to.
Okay. And then it's not so much a question, I guess, is just looking at, no, I'll save it for our deliberation. I'm good.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Yeah. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. I do have a question. So I know we had put dark skies in the bike rack, but it also says an educational campaign is planned for summer 2023, which we're sort of in. So can you just, should it still stay in the bike rack there, or can you just tell me what's happening?
Yeah, absolutely. Fair question. So I think when this came up in the retreat in January, there was an interest or some level of interest in actually revisiting our ordinances and doing a little bit more beyond what we currently have. And we compromised on kind of this educational campaign, which is targeted for August. So we kept this in the bike rack so you could revisit after the educational campaign. Are you feeling better about where we're at? Do we need to do more?
That makes a ton of sense. Thank you. I might have another question, but go to... I'm just kind of looking through some of the bike rack ones again really quick.
I don't think did either of you have questions?
I would only ask Jen if you're willing to share that presentation with us. It was great, and I have a feeling I could reference it many times. This presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson, if you're not sure now, we can go to public comment and come back.
Please do so.
Okay. We will open it up to public comment. If any member of the public would like to make a comment. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back for discussion. Councilmember Zabriskie, we'll start with you.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm really only I'm fine with all of the work plan proposals. They reflect a lot of work and compromise, very much of it being integrated with the general plan update. And so this is sort of a almost tangential to be talking about the bike rack, but I do just want to again promote the need to include the senior housing and unsheltered housing. The unsheltered housing, we just need to help direct the county, help the county move along, since that's their primary responsibility, but also work with the nonprofits on this. And senior housing is just going to be a bigger issue as a greater portion of the population becomes old. On the one of the work plan items is the biological survey, and it's interesting. The bees on the bike rack suggest that survey should include work on insect pollinators. So it could be a pretty big project. Other than that, and then I do think we should take off we should adopt the staff's recommendation to take the rec district off. For some people, it creates a tension that's unnecessary. If we get to a point where there's members of the rec district that are aligned in that thought and there's good reason for it, we should put it back in and maybe elevate it, but not yet.
Councilmember Zabriskie, I feel a need to give you good news that when we get to the biological resource mapping, our first plan is to come to the council for a discussion about what that could look like. So you will have another opportunity to bring in the bees and maybe clarify what type of bee.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jen. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Yeah, just super quick. I'm fine with adding unhoused and senior. I'm fine with removing park and rec. I would like to make a pitch to add one thing to the bike rack. And, depending on how, we don't need to go too deep on it right now, but I did want to get it on our radar. And I believe it actually, I've been sort of convinced that it maybe falls under the environmental sustainability and or community developments world. But I do think we should have a review of the cannabis policy. We got a public comment on it, and, Charles was here speaking to us, and he brought up a lot of really interesting points. I met with him privately. He had requested that, and, he just brought up a lot of interesting points that I do think are somewhat antagonistic to some of the direction that we are headed. I only also bring this up, and Jenna can close her ears. I apologize, Jenna. But the reason why I also bring it up is we have a very good habit of reviewing policies and ordinances that we put into place, and we do it quite often and we do it quite regularly. And that is one that hasn't been reviewed since its inception, basically at all. I don't think we've made a single amendment to that ordinance or direction since then. I'm definitely not saying, hey, let's take a completely different direction. I'm just saying, hey, I think it might be time to understand some of the challenges that some of our operators are facing in that sector, and potentially, help alleviate some of those challenges and understand how things like having businesses be a delivery-only business reflect on our attitude of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and they're almost completely opposite of each other in certain cases, and the packaging and all of this other stuff. So I think it's appropriate that we put it on the bike rack, and I didn't promise anything, but I also want to, so that's my request. I also really want to say that this makes our life so much easier, and I really do appreciate it, sitting up here now for a lot of years, and with everybody and their pet projects, whether it's bees, whether it's cannabis, whether it's housing, whatever it is, we have an answer. which is just super refreshing. It makes this process work really, really, really well. And it really, more than anything, not only informs us, but it really informs our community of, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what we have capacity to do. We hear you 100%. And we can talk about your pet issue as soon as we have time and resources to do so. So I just really want to appreciate the work that's gone into this and how you've set us up for success, both from a staff perspective that I really see and from our perspective, from all of the other issues that we get bombarded with on a daily basis. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. I guess just yes, I agree. I mean, I think we are really set up for success, and I really love the quarterly reports and just seeing like, oh, we've gotten through this, we're 50% through this. It really helps us all, and it just, transparency and accountability for all of us. So I really appreciate it. Just a couple very quick items on the bike rack. And I'm just going to go sort of in the order that they're listed. So number 6, the unhoused shelter. I think this actually sort of aligns with some of our conversation earlier about Pacific Crest Commons. And, those units are likely many years away. And so we do also need to be doing other things now. So I don't know the extent to which we can, be doing more for, working with the county, for example, to Councilmember Zabrisky's point, but to ensure that we are providing services in a really meaningful way now. So I just kind of want to flag that. I recognize that it's in the bike rack and we have staff capacity constraints, but perhaps there's a little bit of flexibility there. Number 9, exploring the commercial road business garbage collection. I just want to, I've had a little bit of feedback from folks downtown and just really making sure that, we really are listening to them in terms of what they need and what they want in that alleyway back there. Because I think that there is, some just like, what is this, right? What's happening here? And again, it's on the bike rack, but just wanted to say that we talked about dark skies. I think those were my main ones that I wanted to comment on. So I said I'd be quick.
Do you support adding cannabis?
I'm happy for it to be on the bike rack. And I think to the point of, we sort of have a really good plan right now. We don't have capacity to really tackle that now, but adding it to our list of bike rack items, yes, Vice Mayor Pallavi.
And I heard at least 1 remove or 2 remove the park and rec consolidation potential from our bike rack. Do you support that too? Removing that?
This one it's interesting. I mean, I absolutely understand, appreciate, and respect that the board does not have interest in it now, but just as our, council changes, boards change, and I love having items in the bike rack so we don't lose sight of them if we ever want to come back to them into the future. So I feel like it could honestly probably go either way. And it sounds like there's probably support to remove it, but that's my one caution is I never, whether it's that or B City or whatever it is, just not losing sight of those things if we want to return or if a future council wants to return to them.
Thank you. Councilmember Klipstad.
We're mostly in alignment here. I agree that the cannabis discussion is has been waiting patiently for another round of review, but I very much so caution that we need time before I would consider bringing that to our community. We've made a lot of really big changes in this community recently, and I think we're not at a place where we can bring that forward and be successful. And if we're going to bring it forward, I want to do so in a way that it has some potential for success. So that's my caveat on cannabis. I agree with Councilmember Henderson. I'm hesitant to remove things from the bike rack that I have hope for in the future because I don't want to lose sight of them. I do believe that there are efficiencies and benefits to our community in consolidating with Parks and Rec. I also really understand that we are not in a position at this time, either on our own staff or with their staff and their board, to make that happen. But I still think it's important that we keep it on the horizon.
Yeah, I think we can do that and still remove it from the bike rack. I see having it on the bike rack as having a negative effect, not a neutral one. While we view it as neutral, other people do not. And with the rec district, we want to work out this 4th of July for future years, and I don't want to complicate that effort right now with having consolidation on the bike rack. That's why I feel a little more strongly about taking that one off. I'm fine with having cannabis on the bike rack. See, I don't see a negative to that. And then I agree with Council Member Henderson on the point about, which I think what she's saying is, just because we have something on the bike rack doesn't mean we can't move ahead with it. And that's certainly the way I feel about the housing for seniors and unsheltered. That's having it on the bike rack is, I don't see that as limiting those of us who want to push ahead and solve those problems.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I second what folks have said about the work plan and how great it is. And I've used the draft plan now twice in 2 different Good Morning Truckee presentations. So I'm excited next time I can say this is for real now. But it's an excellent tool to communicate and help us also understand all the hard work staff's been doing. And then the bike rack, I think, is a great idea too. I support putting cannabis in the bike rack. I do totally share your thoughts, Councilmember Klovstad, of ensuring it's the right time for the discussion. And I don't think that's today, but I do. And I didn't think Vice Mayor Pallavi thought today either, but having it there, it is something, that makes sense. I will also share, it seems like the mayor managers meeting, frequently cannabis comes up and how different that is, an aspect where we are very different than Western Nevada County, which I know we're different in a lot of ways, but that's always intriguing to me. And then I would support removing consolidation with the Rec and Park District off as well. I think Councilmember Zabriskie said it right, not that I'm opposed to it happening in the future. I think there's a lot of reasons it could make sense, but right now it serves as more of a negative than anything positive, so it makes sense to remove it for now. So with that, Councilmember Henderson?
Yep. Can I just ask one question? I guess kind of on that, because I feel like, the items that stay on versus come off, like Blue Zone has been on there for a couple years now, but I don't think there's really much interest in pursuing that. I think I have not heard that the hospital has capacity for that. We don't really have capacity for that. So is that something that should come off?
I believe that was something that our general manager had interest in doing. So I don't see a reason to pull it off if there is potential for that happening in the future.
So this one was a little different in that the hospital did approach us about our interest in doing it. And we came forward and asked about council support for it. And then since then, with some of the economic changes and other focus areas, they kind of pulled back from it. So I don't see it moving forward in the near future. So it could go off and it wouldn't be a big deal. If there was a renewed interest, we could come back to you.
I'll defer to my fellow council members, but just wanted to throw it out there.
I support removing it. I think it's fine. I think it's another one of those things. If it wants to come back, we're not saying you can't ever come back. And as we've also said, we don't rank anything on the bike rack. We wait for the right time. We wait for the right opportunity. I echo that same sentiment. I definitely was not inferring that we should pick up a cannabis conversation next month by any means. It's more just, it hadn't been talked about in a long time. I think this is in the opposite direction. I'm fine to pull this, and I would be supportive of pulling that as well. Very briefly.
Could that be not to give staff more work, but in the future, maybe even in a year or something, if items have been on the bike rack for a long time and they haven't been discussed, maybe just highlighting, and then that would make it where it's like, okay, let's take these off. So not saying the next update.
So yeah, what we'll do is add a date by these for when they were added on there, and that'll just be a reminder of, hey, this one looks like it's kind of stale. Do you want to talk about it?
Great idea.
And
all right.
I think I'm hearing support for cannabis, so unless there's a strong desire to have it in any particular category, I think I'll put it in other for now. And then if it moves up into the work plan, we can figure out where it best fits. Okay.
And then I think I heard 3 support removal of hospital. Sorry, now I'm getting all my topics confused. Removal of consolidation with the Rec and Park District. You're okay with that, Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, after hearing Councilmember Zabriskie on, it could create more tension and not be, our view of neutral is not someone else's view of neutral, so I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, okay. So there's direction, yes, to remove that, and then we need to approve the...
So I have added cannabis, taking off park and recs. Did we have consensus on blue zones? Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Sounds good. And adding dates on the bike rack items.
Sounds good. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve our work plan?
Do we need to motion this?
I think it makes sense, especially since we have a remote participant.
I move that we adopt the fiscal year 2023-24 through 2024-25 strategic work plan
Second.
as amended.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Aye.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excellent. Right. Before we get to council reports, it sounds like from the clerk's office, we should go back and take a roll call vote on our consent calendar, just to be clear, since we did not take a roll call. Do we need to make a motion again or just roll?
Yes, please, a motion and motion to approve the consent calendar to be done by roll call vote.
I move that we approve consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Mayor Romack?
Yes.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we will move to council reports. Councilmember Henderson, are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay. So I spent a few days down in San Diego at the National Energy Utility and Affordability Conference and spoke on how to equitably engage communities, particularly historically under-resourced, underserved communities. Got to provide some examples of how we do community engagement right here in Truckee, and had the opportunity to moderate a panel with folks from the city of Santa Barbara, with San Joaquin Valley Clean Energy Organization, and PG&E. So that was really, really wonderful. And Truckee's getting a lot of exposure, which is really fun. And then on the total other end of the spectrum, I got to go to my 6-year-old son's class at Truckee L. One to bring snacks, of course, but and brought in and gave them all our pride stickers and talked with them about how everyone is welcome here in Truckee. And it was really adorable, some of the questions, like, well, but not everyone in the world actually lives here in Truckee. So I had to navigate that a little bit. I went to Truckee Thursday, and it was just great to see so many people out there, especially before the storms came. I chatted with David Diamond of the airport board. I am finally filming this Thursday with Court Levy and David Diamond. I did get sick last week, so I have an excuse. And then this Thursday, I will also be at the Truckee Artist Lofts Art Show at 4 p.m., followed immediately by the B-Cycle ribbon cutting event.
Thank you for spreading the good word of Truckee to little kids and people across the country. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Yeah, I was gone for over 3 weeks on a variety of both vacation and work trips. But in between that, as I mentioned, I met with Charles from Tahoe Honey Company. We had a Visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting with all sorts of crazy stuff. But once I just want to publicly thank Jim Winterberger. He's definitely not listening, but 7 years as the chair of that committee, helped form the district, helped build that entire network. So just a huge thanks to Jim. He will be super deeply missed. With that said, we have new people coming on the board. Carrie Rassicote moves to chair. She owns a private property management company. Charles Haber is our new vice chair and treasurer and I think secretary. I think he has all three positions. He is the GM of the Hampton Inn. I retain my seat, and then we added two more folks, and we will be hopefully adding another two at our August meeting. Very quickly, there was some legislative stuff that we've been following that had some interesting implications for our transit occupancy tax. Senate Bill 584, that seems to have died, and we hope it doesn't come back. It might make some of our transit occupancy tax stuff come in a little later. I don't know if any of you guys all saw the flash vote that Visit Truckee's been sending out, so lots of great data from there. And then I'll see we're going to be doing a number of other ones. So as soon as those start to work their way through, we'll go from there. We slimmed down sort of all the millions of things that we were going to take and have some really great focus for the next year, along with a very healthy budget. So that should all be really great. And in case anybody didn't know, the Tahoe Truckee gravel race is going to be here this Saturday, July 1st. That is a 2-week delay, so there will be impacts on the Legacy Trail, and at the regional park, there'll be a big festival there Saturday, July 1st. So just be aware that there is a ton of stuff going on this weekend, and it's going to be quite busy. I did also want to do a quick private business plug, but it is related to town business, and Nikki and Andy are both in the room. They are members of the Town of Truckee Oboes Trail Challenge team, along with a couple of other awesome staff members. So as part of Mayor Romack's Mobility Challenge, I think it all works really well together, but we have tons of great trails for everybody to experience that include opportunities to use Bike Share and TART Connect as part of the experience, because we have a lot of one-way opportunities that you will have to find your way back from, and we will be also marketing TART Connect and everything through all that. So kind of a really fun link in. And then we are just saving the date for a time in August. I believe it'll be the 3rd. It'll be off council cycle. So the 3rd Tuesday in August. It is still tentative, but I think it'd be really great if any of you else want to show up. But we're going to be doing a T-bid payers picnic. So basically all of the collectors of transit occupancy tax, trying to get them together from hotels to individual STR operators, to just understand what it is they're doing and what we're doing with their money and how it's being used in such a variety of different ways to try to raise the awareness of the value of transit occupancy tax, both to our $90 million budget, but also to some of the other ancillary benefits in the community. And I think that's mostly it. Mostly a lot of Visit Truckee Tahoe stuff the last couple of weeks. So I think that's it.
I hate to interrupt, but
Yes.
I'm thinking we're going to get a nomination for a Mobility All-Star from you, given everything you just announced.
Okay.
I was thinking the same thing.
On it.
Councilmember Klostad.
That's a lot of exciting stuff for being gone for so long, Dave. Let's see. We had a Climate Transformation Alliance governing partners meeting where we planned our next meeting, which is July 14th at the airport, 9 to 11. Anybody's welcome. We also, interestingly, we're getting, CTA is getting, I guess, a little bit of status in that we have people seeking letters of support from us, which was kind of nice. So we had to set some parameters about under what circumstances and from whom would we sign on to those letters of support. and kind of talked about who the next presenters will be, outside presenters. We also have an announcement at this next meeting about the prize money and support services that will be attached to some of these pitch projects that we'll be doing in October. So those will be pitched in our October meeting, the Friday morning meeting. And then we're going to arrange for an evening event where there'll be a very short, like 5-minute quick presentation on each of the project concepts. And then we'll award the prizes. And so you all are invited to that. It'll be, what did we decide, Hillary? The first Thursday of November?
That sounds right.
Yep. More to come on that. I have been to a couple different of the Artist Loft Gallery open tours. I know that they're open every Truckee Thursday. It's a very nice visit. I highly recommend everybody go check it out. They rotate their artwork, and this last time they had some of the artists in residence actually doing their artwork during the gallery opening, which was nice as you got to meet them. I did also finally film with Court, and you two were great. I'm sorry, mine's disappointing. Yeah. We also had a Tahoe Biomass Task Force meeting, and Hillary, I know you were there, and I cannot remember what we talked about. It's too late. What did we talk about? We did a review of the large meeting, and then
we are finalizing an MOU between
yes,
the different members of that group.
Yeah, and we are including, we are opening it up to some other possible members, right? As part of the discussion. Okay, and then attended the Chamber Mixer at the Star Hotel. This is such a little gem. You guys have to go check that out. And enjoyed an art hike put on by Trails and Vistas last Sunday, which was absolutely inspirational.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I attended the local agency formation commission, and I think the main item discussed there was the dissolution of the Rough and Ready Fire District on the west side of the county. That the Penn Valley Fire District and Nevada Consolidated are going to take over that fire area from Rough and Ready. They'll provide the firefighters who will man the station, and actually they're going to staff it at a higher level than Rough and Ready did. And that's for an interim period of a year while the various fire districts negotiate funding sources and responsibility for providing fire protection service in that area. And then the other thing I attended was a survey review of the Pyramid Lake Trail through the property just east of Hirschdale. There's still a number of legal issues after a property line was established. It turns out people still don't agree on where the property line is, whether bike riders have a right, whether there's a public access through the next to the Metzger property or not. And lots of fun stuff for the lawyers to talk about. We're hoping it gets negotiated away. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I presented at Good Morning Truckee along with Jen and Danielle. It was on what's next in the general plan, and then Becky also presented on our projects, so that was a great opportunity. Thank you, Jen and staff, for putting the PowerPoint together. That was great. Had the mayor-manager meeting. I mentioned there was a discussion on cannabis business. Also, I now follow the Nevada City dog Ruby and Millie on Mill from Grass Valley, so there's always discussion on our dogs. So yeah, I think we're going to have to do something with Muggs, Millie, and Ruby someday. Attended the Sierra Community House Family Room graduation, which, is their preschool and connection opportunity for families, and so adorable to see little people in cap and gowns. And thanks to Chief Renfro for your staff being a part of the celebration, and Erica was there. So it was really, really fun. Also attended a Sierra Community House fundraiser on the Tahoe Gal, which was just a good opportunity to meet with other folks. What else? I stopped by the booth for Bike to Work Day down at the train depot last Tuesday. Aaron and Danielle were out there. It was a really cold day, and I don't think they got as many people biking by, but appreciate them supporting the effort. Met with David Diamond as well. He's been a great help in organizing the Mobility All-Stars, so thanks to him for his creative brain on that one. And then I attended the Truckee Tahoe Air Show on Saturday. Phenomenal. My kid loves airplanes, so we didn't even get into the Kid Zone kid area because we were just watching airplanes. And then I will add, unfortunately, there was a medical emergency in the group I was in, and phenomenal response, and just so appreciative of the medics. Everybody's okay, but got to Tahoe Forest and it was fine, but just, community support all around. So thank you for that to everybody who helped out. So with that, we will go to closed session. And we have conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and conference with real property negotiators.
Councilmember Zabriskie will hook you up in the back room, so if you just stay tuned.